Good. Hello, everybody. We're live. We're on. Thank you so much for coming to this the fourth meeting of the People's Water Commission. So what have I got on slides? Okay. So yeah. So make yourself comfortable. Tea and coffee at the back. Thank you so much for having us here in Henley. The Wi-Fi, that's not so helpful, is it? But the Wi-Fi, if anyone needs it, is on the table. Toilets are just out the door. It's all very relaxed. Make yourselves at home. Oh, this is me. So I just want to thank everyone for coming, and I just want to introduce us, the panel. So my name is Kate Bayliss. I'm a research associate at SOAS at University of London. Frances Cleaver is Professor of Political Ecology at Lancaster University. Becky Morby here is Visiting Professor of Health Innovation at York University. And Professor Ewan McGaughey is Professor of Law at King's College, London. So, are we okay. So, we have we have an amazing schedule for you today. Actually, we have a very busy lineup. Is that going to come up on the slide? Yeah. Or should we wait? Should we? Oh, right. Okay. Okay. So this is the chair's welcome. Then this is the timetable for our session today. Then Becky is going to give us a summary of where we are so far in the People's Water Commission, where we've been speaking to, what's going on, and where we're going. Then we have some amazing witnesses to present their evidence. So then that's we'll introduce them in more detail as they come up. So we have Stanley Root and then David Hall speaking before lunch, and then we have half an hour lunch break, and then we have Mike Heald and Louise Mills from Consumer Council for Water after lunch, and David Lloyd. So the format will be they will speak and we will ask questions. And then at the end, what we really want to do is hear from you about how you have understood what's being talked about, how you're experiencing the water situation, and and to have discussion about what we've heard. And then we'll finish at 3:45. So we're going to keep very tightly to time. And okay, so over to Becky, who's going to tell us about how we've got on with our commission.
Yes, thanks so much for coming. We set up the People's Commission for Water because we looked at the terms of reference of the Cunliffe Independent Commission. Have any of you given evidence to that commission? And what we saw was that it was primarily just about how you regulate the water industry. And it looked to us like it was going to be more of the same. And how many of you are water campaigners? How many of you, this is the first time I've ever had much to do with the water industry, but I'm really hacked off about it? Okay. How many of you work in the water industry? Regulator, deliverer, etc. So what we found from our narrative, I'm a campaigner originally. I'm from the Ilkley River campaign first to get bathing status. We only did it because the only way we could get anyone to take any notice of the problem, to be honest. It wasn't because bathing status is the best thing. It wasn't because we were great swimmers. It's just no one was taking any notice of the state of the pollution in our rivers, as far as we could see. So the public has, as you'll have seen in the press, a sort of emerging outrage. And it spiraled from, where's Ash from Windrush, us, Henley Mermaids, a few of us 6, 7, 8 years ago, to masses. We support hundreds of campaign groups through the country, hundreds. And people getting out there. Some of you were testing their water this morning here in the Thames, weren't you? Yeah. So many of us getting into citizen science and doing that testing. And sort of surprised, when I first met James Bevan, who was the chief executive of the Environment Agency at the time, who presented the data, and he said, "You're right, that's terrible. We'll solve that now. We must pay real attention to it." And of course, years later, not much has happened. So the public's pretty outraged that when we use our toilet, primarily it seems to end up in our rivers, lakes and seas. That's fundamentally the outrage. And as we've uncovered it as the public, we've found, hang on a second, it isn't quite as straightforward as they didn't know. It turns out everybody did know, but no one was particularly bothered or cared. And so when we looked at the Cunliffe's once in a lifetime chance to do an independent review of the water sector, when we've been discovering regulators that weren't doing their jobs properly, water companies who are walking off with our money for their yachts in Cannes, etc. We felt that what the Cunliffe Commission wasn't really answering the public's concern. And it was very hard to get a democratic voice. So we thought, well, they'll be talking to the public, won't they? So, they went to St Agnes and met some people who were testing water with Service Against Sewage. And they did that very long survey. Some of you might have filled it in, 78 questions. But some of those questions weren't what we were asking. So we thought we'd try and fill the gaps. And in a space of about a week and a half, the four of us decided to set up the People's Commission on Water on absolutely no money. Thank you so much for donating for free to Henley Council this hall. Thank you, Henley Mermaids, for paying for teas and coffees, because we ain't got any money. We just decided that we had to create a space where we could properly hear evidence about the situation and talk in public and with the public about that, and become, I guess, as academics, do some critical analysis of the issue and present to the government, we think, a more rounded and balanced view based on the democratic mandate of the public of this country. That's why we set up the People's Commission on Water. Is that fair enough?
That's perfect.
Excellent. So, of course, what we found, as you know, we can't live without water, can we? And when we're looking at the situation, it seems to me that all we talk about is money. And here today we're talking about money, but we did do money last year. We've done all these issues first. So we know that we can't manage without water, and it's a basic fundamental human right. And yet somehow it's become marketized and we're customers and we have so little say. And we'll be talking with Mike and Louise later about that. And of course, the water system was originally set up to stop a public health disaster. It turns out public health disasters are beginning to increase again, even under this commission. So our context is that whatever happened when they set up privatisation, whether you agree with it or not, the context has dramatically changed. And I was really struck last week when we were in Whitstable, when we had one of the non-execs on the regulatory body through privatisation who had supporters at the time saying, do you know what, time's up, 35 years, it's just not working in this context. So whether you believe, whether you fundamentally have, a set of values that are aligned with socialism or capitalism, to one side, somebody who believed in that said, it's just broken, it's not going to work anymore. And we're seeing that more and more and more. So when we talk about lack of public confidence in management and policy capability, it's now complete outrage. Lack of financial resilience in the sector. It feels almost corrupt when I look at it as a member of the public. Climate change, population, pollutants. We heard at session 2 from Alistair Campbell, 30,000 chemicals in our rivers, most of which are not measured by anybody. And those that get measured, there's some engineering done. And nobody's doing anything about pollutant haze. And you know about this. But we know that we're not compliant with the law, and everyone seems to be avoiding that situation. We don't have permits that employ the law. Permit at Ilkley is still allowing 120 days of the year for all sewage to be discharged, despite the fact we've got a massive new infrastructure going in. So all of these issues, we're just not paying attention. We're not applying the law, we're getting around the law. We don't seem to care enough about it as a country, except it turns out the public does. So when we looked at where other countries are placing their effort, they're taking a slightly different perspective. Not, have we got enough money? Should there be enough money? Is the money enough? Where's the money going? It's talking about water conservation, water protection, water conscious society. And when we published our midpoint review, which was in April, based on the issues that we'd heard in public, some of what we heard from the public was, hang on a second, what are we doing to conserve water day to day? We have all those nice stickers for our energy things, don't we? We know how much energy we use. We're billed for the energy we use. We know nothing about the water we use. We don't have any stickers. I don't have a choice about whether I flush my toilet with drinking grade water or with grey-water, have no choice. No one seems to do anything about that. We are demanding that. So there's some real issues in the whole, if you look at water conservation, not just about whether we're going to build big reservoirs, but what's the public going to do? And it seems to us that the conversation is always about technological infrastructure solutions and apparently the lack of investment, and Stanley and David are going to talk about that, rather than hang on, what is the design of a water system that works for where we are now and for the way the public is prepared to engage and change its behaviour? So what we've seen in water systems that work really well is a real democratisation of the water system. The public involved in the decision making about the strategy, where should we put our effort as a country, about how priorities are determined, about how water is managed. And you might call that public ownership. But for sure, we've seen that. We've seen that in the countries that work really well, there's a mixed model of delivery, a bit like any of you involved in the NHS. That's my background for years and years. The NHS is a national health system, isn't it? It's a nationalised industry, but we have social enterprises and private sector deliverers. So it's the ownership, the governance, the decision-making, the accountability really, really matters here. We say, it's not regulated, we're not regulated based on science and law. We should. We don't have the data to know what's really going on around here. Where's the innovation? Where are our scientists working, our amazing academics working with the technocrats in the water system and with the public? Say, can we not leapfrog some of this? It's to be honest, when we were looking at the solution, it seemed to be the environment agency just wanted big storage tanks. And we say, are you having a laugh? Storage tanks, is that the best you can do? What about all the nature basin? What else can we do here that would be much more innovatory than that? And it's not even on the table. So we have to have that sort of long-term innovatory partnership stuff. We absolutely need our water industry to be, we think, differently organised. Definitely needs to learn from industrial leaders internationally. It seems to always say it's going to have capacity to do something, never does it. Definitely need to provide open data. We've got to work upstream with our pharmaceutical companies on pollution. Why are they designing chemicals that even go through the treatment system? You could do benign by design. Maybe we should be ensuring that they pay. In other countries, pharmaceuticals pay for their pollution. How come I, as the public, are paying for all treatment, no matter who does the pollution? And the public, how do we become water-conscious citizens? And just as a sort of footnote to today, and Ewan set that out well in his Commonwealth paper. And you'll hear more from our colleagues today. We are also going to call out the misappropriation of data, where our government keeps saying it's going to cost £100 billion, £99 billion, £140 billion to put the water companies back into public ownership. And we've set that out in our midpoint review. You'll see it if you want to go and have a look on the summary. You'll hear more about it today. But we have to remember that that's a way of understanding how much water companies value themselves based on how much money they put in order to set a price. A vastly inflated price, the gearing through the roof that is generating interest rates beyond anything any of us could hope to get from our own investments. I think, Mike, you said that at the EFRA committee. At one point I heard it. That the interest rates, the billions of debt that we're paying for are absolutely stifling us. Our water companies persist in saying that's our value. If you sold, as we know, Thames Water on the market, tomorrow it turns out it can't even get the 4 billion that it apparently needs to run itself. So it certainly isn't worth hundreds of billions, is it? So we'll bust the myths during the course this morning on what does public ownership mean and cost? What is the real value of the water industry now? So that you can argue yourselves with your own MPs about those sort of detailed issues. Okay, so what we're going to do as we go through today, you'll be listening to a lot. We'll be asking questions. When there's space, and we've got very long first sessions, you can ask some questions, but keep taking notes, send them in to us if you can at the end as well. We'll have anything from anybody. We've got to write it up in about the space of a week and a half. And we'll sit in the round at the very end together and we'll say, well, what sense do we make of that? But today we're trying to look at solutions. You'll see that these issues are all about trying to get to the solutions of the water industry. Am I going one way? Oh, sorry, Sally, I'm heading back through all your slides. Apologies. I'm going to give you a very quick.
I don't need to talk now.
You do. You'll see that what we are focusing on is not what's the problem. We sort of know. You'll get a good grounding of that. But our discussion has to be, so what, now what? That's what really matters today. Is that all right, everybody? Are you happy with that? Are you happy to grit your teeth and hang in there for the ride? That's great. Kate's going to tell us a little bit more about those issues for today.
Thank you. Thanks, Becky. Okay, so today's session is about public value. We know what private value is. We can know about the details of the finances and stuff. But public value is about value for society, value for the environment, the value for all of us. So we are the users of the water system. We have no choice but to pay into this system. And we have a right to know where our money goes. And we want to make sure that it's spent in the best possible way. And we want to see it going towards a healthy ecosystem. But there's plenty in the news. We're seeing all the time, every day, if not twice a day, there's a story about how we're being ripped off by the water system. And now companies say they want to increase our bills. So, and they have to do that to do more investment. So what is going on? How and why? These are the kind of thorny issues we're trying to get to grips with today. So this is the first point here. Water companies have been paying out 83 billion in dividends while taking on 74 billion in debt. And yet at the same time, we have Ofwat approving this price increase, 26% price increase this year. So how is that happening? Why is that happening? What is going on? Can we be sure that the regulator makes sure our money goes to the right places? So are we seeing the investment in the sectors that we need, in the areas that we need, in the kind of investments, as Becky was talking about, do we just need storage tanks? How do we know that it's going to go to where we need it to go? So we've paid all this money for water company assets. The bill hikes are meant to be paid for new infrastructure. But again, how do we know if the money is going to enhancement to improve the assets, or is it just propping up infrastructure that's been poorly maintained? And it seems that we pay more for our water sector projects than water utilities do in other countries. And in April, it was reported that Ofwat was investigating claims that this was happening. So why is that? How do we know if we're getting a good deal? And water companies actually are underspending on what they've been allowed to spend on wholesale and wastewater enhancement activities. So this is Ofwat said they spent 16% less than their forecast enhancement allowance. So what happens if they don't spend what they're supposed to spend? So it's not that the money isn't even there, but somehow the money is not being spent, and then what happens? So these are the kind of messy issues in the financing that we're trying to get to grips with. And then regulation. So we have this system where companies are given financial penalties if they underperform, or the rewards if they do well. But does this really incentivize right behaviours? What we've been seeing is the gap between the so-called good companies at the top of the scale, Severn Trent and United Utilities, and the ones at the bottom, Southern and Thames. The gap between them is widening. So we have this kind of every year, the top ones increase bills, the worst performing ones have to keep giving money back. And this seems to be entrenched. So is this system incentivizing anything that's kind of beneficial in terms of public value? Now, the system's entirely financed by bills, and many are struggling to pay. And this is something I think we'll talk about later this afternoon. As many as 34% of bill payers are struggling to pay. And also, 2.5 million household customers are in payment arrears. So it's really important that we are sure that the money is going to what's needed. And is the system fair? How can we ensure we have an equitable, universal water system that meets people's needs? Where should finance be focused to secure for a resilient water system based on the evidence. And then the final point, different models of ownership. We've talked about this in previous sessions of the People's Commission to Promote Water Governance. But what are the real costs of privatisation versus public ownership? So, what would that really mean in practice? That's again another area I think we will be looking at today, with like the details of that kind of transition and those different kind of systems. So, I think, here we go. This is the question today. How can we ensure our water sector delivers public value? And as Becky said, we know a lot about what's gone wrong, so we really want to think about what are the steps we can take to deliver, to provide a water system that delivers for all of us and delivers public value, not just financial value for certain parties. So here we are. So that's us ready to start. We're ahead of schedule. Becky, do you want to say anything else for 8 minutes?
No, let's go.
12 o'clock and
Let's
Stanley
go.
Okay, right. So first of all, we have Stanley Root talking. Stanley is a retired audit partner and is now auditing the financial claims of politicians and corporate leaders. That's what we have on our website. Most recently, his work featured in an episode of Panorama exposing the tricks of the water companies and finances. So Stanley, over to you. You have 20 minutes.
I better get going then.
Yeah, great.
We got a
Thanks,
clicker.
Andy. Like your clicker, Lisa.
There's something about the water problem at the moment. I think that's hit a real nerve. I think people are angry and they want to get involved. They want to find out what's going on, particularly about leakage of sewage into rivers. But I think there's another leakage that people are angry about, and that's the leakage of cash out of the system. And that's really what I'm come to talk about. A little bit of background about me. I spent 7 years as an English teacher back in the day, and then I retrained as a chartered accountant with one of the big 4 firms of auditors. And then in 1990, just as the water industry was being privatised in England, I went off to Russia to work, and I stayed there for the next 20 odd years. So I really didn't know very much about what's happening with the water industry in England. But while I was working in Russia, they were carrying out probably one of the biggest economic experiments in modern times. They were introducing privatization to a previously state-run command economy. So I was witness to that for about 20 years. And it was quite an interesting experiment because the ideas were seemed really good at the time. The idea was to give a voucher to every citizen of Russia, which would be an entitlement to shares in state companies. So the idea was to turn Russia kind of overnight into a share-owning democracy and put the state enterprises in the hands of ordinary people. Great idea. What happened very quickly was that all these vouchers were scooped up from ordinary people who didn't know what to do with them. So they give a 10,000 ruble voucher away for, I don't know, some sausages or a new tablecloth. And these vouchers ended up in the hands of very few powerful people. And they used those vouchers to take control of the state companies. And all sorts of interesting things happened with the introduction of privatization, one of which was that as we now know, oligarchs would organize things. They'd borrow some money, they'd borrow $1 billion from a bank and agree to pay it back in a year's time. And then they'd take over some chemical company or oil company, and they'd take the cash from the ownership of that company and pay off their loan. So they pretty much got control of huge companies with very little investment of their own. And as we can now see, this planned share-owning democracy didn't really come about. What you ended up with was big enterprises being controlled by small groups of investors. So that was my experience of, amongst other things, working in Russia for about 20 years. When I retired, I went to live in France by a beautiful lake called Lake Annecy. Um, I just fell in love with the beauty of the lake. I'd had enough hard work in Moscow, so for 7 years, Vera and I lived by the lake. And I got to, as a new hobby, I taught myself limnology, found out a bit about the science of the lake. And as I was exploring the science of the lake, I found out the history of Lake Annecy as well, which I think is a fascinating one. I found fascinating, and I think you'll be fascinated as well. Because it was arguably the first ever successful citizen-led campaign against water pollution of urban freshwater ever in the world in history. There was actually another one in parallel in Lake Washington, but the two of them can claim that fame. This was before Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. It was before Greenpeace was set up, before the environmental movement as we know it started, certainly before there was any environment minister. What happened was, and there's a real interesting connection there. I know a number of you are swimmers and you swim in the water. That's why you're involved in this. After the war in Annecy, there was one guy, a doctor, whose hobby was diving. He was part of a diving club. And he spent lots of time diving and exploring Lake Annecy. And he could see that the lake was being used as an open sewer. And he could see the quality of the water was changing. Most people only saw the surface of the lake, blue and beautiful. What was the problem? But he could tell something was happening. And he was a smart guy, and he taught himself the science. And he found out what the problem was with something called eutrophication, which is when nutrients enrich the water, leading to algae blooms, which then take oxygen out of the water and then kill the lake. He knew about that when hardly anybody in the world knew about it. He taught himself the science. And then he spent the next several years campaigning, trying to persuade people in Annecy about what the problem was, that the lake had to stop sewage being put into it, otherwise it would die. As a result of that, he was pretty much universally vilified by local people. He was saying bad things about the lake, and he became a problem because it was bad for business, bad for tourism, bad for property owners, bad for town hall. So he faced a lot of opposition in his campaign trying to do something about the lake. But he stuck at it, he persevered, he taught himself the science, and he spent a lot of time explaining to people what the science was, what was happening. He formed alliances with anglers. They were a big, powerful group at the time. He got himself elected as the deputy mayor for health and hygiene. So he talked about the dangers of sewage in water. For instance, one of the sewage outlets was by a hotel swimming pool where kids would go swimming, and he pointed out the dangers there. After 10 years, he managed to persuade the government to send down their chief scientist, who said, if you don't do something, his name was Dr. Servitas. Dr. Servitas has been right all along. If you don't do something about this lake, it will be dead in 15 years. That was in 1957, after 10 years of campaigning. It took, and that changed everybody. Everybody recognized something had to be done. It took another 5 years to process that. How are they going to raise the money? What about the engineering side of it? What about the legal side? How do you join up all the villages politically? It was a hell of a business. But from 1962, they started work on building a sewer pipe all the way around Lake Annecy. 10 years later, it was completed. And now Lake Annecy is arguably the cleanest urban lake in Europe. It's been saved for generations thanks to that citizen-led campaign. I was so impressed by that I was retired, I was enjoying my life. I wrote my first website, a blog about that story, because it's not very well known in the English-speaking world. And nobody read it, and it was a hobby, so I let it go. When I came back to live in Oxford, as I did a few years ago, I was amazed to find they're having the same campaign in Lake Windermere. They were fighting the same campaign and coming up against the same obstacles that they had been fighting against in Annecy 50 or 60 years earlier. The same arguments, the same difficulties, the same type of vested interest. And to me, that was amazing that 60 years on, the same fights would need to be fought. And I came across a courageous campaigner then called Matt Stanek, who's leading the campaign there, a guy of whom my Dr. Servitas would have been proud. At the same time, I got in touch with a couple of guys working for Windrush against sewage pollution. Ashley, who's at the back there, and Peter Hammond. And I could see all the tremendous work they were doing, exposing the data, the information about the damage that sewage pollution is doing to the water, and particularly Peter's fantastic research on the sewage pollution. But I thought, well, perhaps I could chip in and do some work on the financial side. And that's really how I got involved in this. And my website is there. So I thought, there's a problem with asymmetry of information here. When it comes down to finances, water company finances are bloody complicated. They're complicated group structures, complicated transactions. It's really difficult to understand, even for a professional auditor. So it's very easy for the industry to pluck numbers out of their vast database to support their arguments. And it's very difficult for people to push back. So I thought, well, how about rebalancing things? So I've created this website where I'm loading summarized financial statements for all regulated companies and their parent companies for the last 34 years. So there's an entire financial history of privatized water industry there. It will be free online. It's searchable so that anyone can go into that website, search for information, come up with their own graphs and tables to understand exactly what's been happening. I don't flatter myself that lots of people are going to jump onto this website and do that. But the important thing is that it's there, it's open, it's transparent. And if anyone disagrees with my conclusions, which they often do, I can point to the website and say, well, there's information, it's your own audited financial information. Show me what's wrong. It may be I've got things wrong there, in which case let me know and we can update it. But then we can have one core source of information, reliable information about the financial history of the water industry.
Just on your time.
Yeah, 10 minutes more. I'll get on to the, so these are the findings. I should say as well at this stage that this work actually isn't that new because my colleagues here, Kate and David, have already gone into this and they've exposed this years ago. I'm coming into it fresh, if you like, from my perspective. But I think we've both looked at the same information and both come to the same conclusions. So here we go. Actually, I need to go back to the... So the promise of privatization was that private equity would invest because the government hasn't got money. The water companies would have to borrow because they've got to finance all this long-term infrastructure. The water company debt is just like a mortgage. You know, if you buy a house, you haven't got enough income, so you need to take out the debt. The privatization, private owners would run the industry much more financially efficiently, and that these parent companies, they grow and expand. They'd be run by entrepreneurial management. They'd add value. They'd bring in more profits to add to the financial resilience of the whole thing. These were 5 very compelling arguments of privatization. From my research, none of them were true. Investors didn't invest. Water companies didn't need to borrow. Water company debt is not like a mortgage. It's more like a credit card debt to allow you to live a luxurious lifestyle. Privatization has actually made capital investment hugely expensive. It has in the past, and when they talk about future expense, it's going to be hugely more expensive than it needs to be as a result. And finally, these parent companies, group companies that surround themselves with great complexity, add nothing at all. They are a financial burden on the regulated companies that they control. These are my 5 findings, just going through the charts very quickly. So investors didn't invest, they extracted dividend. This chart is based on 8 companies: United Utilities, Severn Trent, Anglian, Thames, Southern, Yorkshire, Wessex and Welsh Water. So it's not the whole thing. I haven't finished my website yet, I'm in the middle of it. That chart, if you see carefully, all the blue columns show the capital investment by shareholders. Remember the idea private enterprise was going to get in and invest in the industry? Well, all those blue columns that you can see are the injection of fresh equity. All the red columns under the line are the extraction of dividends. And the red line is the net effect of all that. And as you can see, there wasn't a lot of investment. In fact, it's almost an investment desert for 35 years. So when you hear now all this talk that we need to make the industry more investable, we've got to get investors investing, where was it in the last 34 years?
So slightly, that's cumulative then, the bottom line going along.
38 billion.
And that's adding up all the,
Yeah, exactly.
the net effects.
So
Okay.
historical information, if you take all the capital put in and all the cash taken out. By the way, I've added one thing companies like to do is, instead of paying dividends, because that's a bit, there's a lot of focus on dividends, they just take loans. So Thames Water and Yorkshire Water, the parent company was short of cash to pay off all the debt, so they just took out a loan. So instead of spending paying 100 million in dividends, which would have attracted attention, they took out loans of 1 billion, 2 billion, no problem. And that is part of that 38 billion. This is historical information, and David perhaps has got indexed information, so the figures might not tie up, but the principle is that. This was the regulated company, so I thought I'd do a graph for the parent company. Remember at privatisation that there were 2 companies. There was a regulated utility, and above it, a group company which would be listed on the stock exchange and raise the money. This was a company that was going to be run by entrepreneurial management. It's going to grow the business, make overseas acquisitions, earn lots of extra profits, and build a really powerful industry. Show the world what British enterprise can do. They only paid out 20 billion in dividends. So they got 38 billion in dividends, but they only paid out to their own shareholders 20 billion. What happened to the rest of the money? It went to cover parent company losses. Group companies lost as much money almost as they paid out in dividends. One of the ways they managed to lose money, they were driven by the government to grow. They had to grow their business to add shareholder value. They made lots of acquisitions which turned out not to be very profitable, then they had to sell them off. They borrowed lots more money to buy these companies, and then they were landed with the debt of that, and they had reckless over-leveraged buyouts. And so group management, instead of focusing on things like caring for wastewater infrastructure and long-term planning, was fully occupied losing 19 billion pounds of their own money, but the money came via the regulated entity, by bill payers. The regulated companies are fantastically profitable by themselves. The profit of these 8 companies was 35 billion, but thanks to the 19 billion losses of the parent company, the net effect was just 20 billion. Now when we come to borrowing, we know companies have got lots of debt, but of course that was because they've invested lots of money in fixed assets, isn't it? Just like you buy a house. Well, what's the position? Actually, no. That is a graph showing the net difference every year between the cash they got in after covering all their operating costs and capital expenditure. Just about every year, they had enough cash from customer bills to cover everything. They didn't need to borrow. The only time they needed to borrow was in the very first few years. The maximum borrowing requirement there, and probably can't read it, was 600 million. But they ended up with 23 billion clear. But Ofwat issued a report in 2005 saying the reason bills had to go up and the reason companies had to borrow was because of the strongly negative cash flows that companies were faced with. Companies, the only reason they were faced with strongly negative cash flows was because they were borrowing money to pay dividends. So why didn't they have 23 billion in the account? They didn't really need to borrow, but they did. They borrowed 51 billion. This is historical information. So they could have had 23 billion cash if they hadn't paid out any dividends, but they ended up with debt of 51. Where did that 75 billion go? Where was that money? Where did it go? It went to cover the huge financial costs of privatisation. There you can see the dividends, 36, gross interest payments, 37. That grey line is these borrowings that they took. They kind of quasi did, they just borrowed money, they didn't call it dividends, but they borrowed money and never paid it back. That all adds up to about 75 billion. That is the finance cost of privatisation. Funnily enough, it's a number you never come across, either from Ofwat or from the water industry themselves.
Sorry, so and that's only 8 companies?
That's just 8 companies.
Right.
Well, they're the biggest 8, so, add 25% or something. David's got all the detail, David will go over that. And as I said, David's done all this out before. I've just, if you like, reperformed the exercise, but put it online so anybody can check it. So what's the implication for all this capital expenditure? You know this number that's knocking around now? The industry needs 290 billion apparently to invest. What's the financial overhead attached to that 290 billion? Does anybody know? I can tell you it's about 75%. From these 8 companies, you've seen the total financial cost was 75 billion. Their total capital expenditure was just about 100 billion. So it means for the last 34 years, for every £100 invested in infrastructure, there's been a £75 additional charge entirely due to privatisation. Where does that leave you in terms of revenue? About, again, for these 8 companies, about a third, and it's pretty much the same across the industry, about a third of revenue goes to cover these finance charges, interest and dividends. There's another company called Scottish Water, north of the border. Their figure is not 30%, it's 13%. They followed a completely different strategy. They don't pay dividends. They actually are charged a market rate of interest on their debt as much as any privatised company, so they don't get that advantage. But they're just much more careful with spending debt, raising debt, and because they're not paying dividends, they can plough profits back into the business and use that to finance capital expenditure. I think Cunliffe reported his interim findings saying that he'd come across no discernible differences between different types of ownership. I've sent in this report, and I think that, together with a few other arguments, should be enough at least to open the question of comparing how Scottish Water is organised and how private industry is organised. Becky's going to tell me to shut up shortly, but I've got 2 more things to say. And there's a lot of games that they play. Before I go on to this, actually. So, the word investment is used time and time and time again. Can anybody say what investment means? What is investment?
Spending money for the future.
It's
Spending money for the future.
spending for money, in a general sense. Spending money on what?
Assets.
Right. One definition is spending money on assets, investing in assets. But there's 2 other meanings of investment. Which, not to drag it out, you can invest when you buy a company, when one set of shareholders buys a company from another. They're investing in the company. And then there's investment by shareholders when they inject money into the business. So there's 3 different types of investment. And when shareholders inject money, there's when companies buy capital investment, and then there's transactions between shareholders. Again, the way they use it. So Ofwat said in 2022, we consider it appropriate for large-scale investment to be funded by a mix of debt and equity. Sounds very reasonable, doesn't it? spending a lot on infrastructure, debt equity. If you look at the money, all the money comes from customer bills, nothing from debt and equity. Debt and equity was just used to pay dividends. So that is the appropriate mixture of funding for large capital projects, 100% from customers. Then there are two different meanings of the word investment. One is when companies have a transaction between shareholders. That's this one, about 41 billion since the establishment of privatisation. Then there's cash injected into the company, something that actually helps the company. So there's a lot of talk in the industry about the investment that shareholders are doing. They're not putting any money into the company. They are spending lots of money buying and selling companies between each other, and they're taking customer money and investing it in fixed assets. But they're not investing in the business. But they use that word when they want to give the impression that the shareholders are really investing in the business. So there are many aspects. I could go on for a long time about the way words are used in a kind of clever way to support the aims of the business. But I think I'll stop there. I've got my recommendations.
Yeah.
Do you want to pause before I go? So I'll rip into these very quickly. I think the problems were that the promises of privatisation turned out to be false. Private shareholders didn't invest. Instead, they sweated the assets, ran down financial reserves in pursuit of short-term gains. This led to chronic investment in the least visible part of the network, wastewater infrastructure. When years of neglect eventually came to the surface, literally, citizen campaigns led the way to expose this state of affairs. And this is the kind of work that Ashley and Peter have been doing at WASP. Convincing regulators finally to do their job. Regulators are at last issuing fines, and there's now the biggest environmental litigation being undertaken against water companies, largely thanks to the work of citizen campaigners like WASP. But so where does that leave companies? Well, what they want is for customers to pay to fix all the problems of the past. You know, they didn't invest in water and in infrastructure. It now needs to be invested. Where's the money going? Well, bills need to go up. Also, they want to get regulators off their back. They don't want all these fines and penalties. They need to make the industry more investable to get all the investment into the industry. So what's the solution? Avoid confronting the inconvenient facts I've just talked about. Refuse to learn from the lessons of privatisation. Welcome private equity back, like KKR, for instance. Believe all the promises once again, despite 34 years of failure. Bump up bills to restore profit margins. Rein in the regulators, would withdraw all these counterproductive penalties for poor performance, and above all, remove the biggest environmental litigation in history. That's not going to make the industry more investable. So what do? It's a mess, isn't it? My fundamental thing is we have to have more transparency, more accountability, and more engagement from people like us, from citizens, forcing the government and the regulators and the industry to change its ways. In terms of regulation, regulators should have the resources, skills, and intent to audit with professional skepticism. I've seen a clip of an environmental agency auditor. When asked to talk about his work, he said, well, it's not in my nature to assume that the information I've been given is not honest. Excuse me, that is precisely the job of an auditor, to audit with professional skepticism. If you're going to allow companies to self-report, for instance, on pollution, and you trust everything they give you, what are you going to end up with? You're going to end up with underinvestment in infrastructure, which hasn't been detected. They should stop using lamppost data. There's this phrase politicians like to use. There's a lot of lamppost data knocking around there, particularly these. We need 260 billion to sort all the problems out. Okay, therefore bills are going to go up. Good point. Well, hold on a minute. There's more to it than that. Start using absolute data. One of the things, when you have asymmetry of information, one of the things water companies can do is look back to their worst pollution year.
Speed up a wee bit, love.
All right, okay, and and then say how much they've improved since then. So start using absolute data. They should disclose the why as well as the what. My Panorama programme about Trimpley, they disclosed that there was a 1.5 billion investment in Trimpley. They didn't say anything about why they'd done it or what the benefit was to customers. They should publish company asset registers with condition, capacity and costs. The National Audit Office says Ofwat still don't know about this. They should also publish actual to budget capital expenditure. There's lots of plans floating about, but what about the actuals? Where's the audit? Did they actually spend that money? Did they spend what they should have spent? And above all, on regulation, avoid regulatory capture by the industry. The government, I think it's not just about regulation, just like Becky said, there's got to be a wider focus. The government should consider alternative forms of ownership, starting with Scottish Water. There should be an independent review of this experiment of water privatisation. Perhaps everything I've told you is completely wrong, but let's have it out in the open. Let's have an independent conclusion. They could use special administration for Thames Water as an opportunity to do both of things. It buys space and time to investigate these issues and start planning. Because the last thing we want to do, okay, we'll nationalise all the water companies. It turns out to be a disaster, and they turn around, we told you so. So it needs to be planned for. And there needs to be long-term planning. And the government should avoid state capture by private equity, such as BlackRock or KKR. But campaigns as well. People like people in the audience and Becky's campaign. I really think that there's a need to organise and channel the amazing energy of independent campaigners around the country into a united and powerful voice. The campaign should obtain and publish online critical information. For instance, there's this brilliant sewage map that's now available for all, and my financial data as well. The campaign should participate actively with companies. Companies pretend to be talking to their customers, but are they actually? Well, when we turn up, we'll make sure they do. And above all, for campaigners, avoid all capture, remain zealously independent. That's it.
Brilliant, thanks, Mary. So we have now.
Becky, can I just check if the live stream is working? We've got some members of the public who have struggled to.
Oh, yeah.
Is it? Have we tested it?
Yeah.
Okay, it is. Fine. Okay.
I don't know. It should be working, but as long as that's connected. It said it was going live, but
It's got the
my
word
phone
live
isn't
on it.
connected to the internet, so I can't.
Do you want me to do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind standing. Thanks.
Okay, so we now have.
The computer
15
thinks
minutes
it's
of
live, but whether or not it's coming.
Just got people saying they're getting error.
Okay, so first off, Becky, we're going to open questioning to Stanley. Thanks, Stanley.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm guessing
Yeah,
there's
I mean, it
quite a
says
lot
it's
of
been
Thames
live for
customers.
54
Either,
minutes.
Joe, if we could just be quiet, thanks so much. I guess a lot of Thames customers here, and you'll have seen, you talked to Sally about the overhead costs, and we heard, most of us heard over the last couple of days, the 67.6 million legal fees, the 40.6 on marketing, 50% bonuses for 21 senior staff, 50% more later this year, 200% next year, and a 5 billion rescue plan, which says, I think most of what you were saying in there about what water companies want. That's where we are. That's where we are, Stanley. How do we get to where we need to be?
No idea. I think we have to understand the scale of the opposition. On our side, there's lots of concerned citizens, lots of committed people, lots of great work being done. But on the other side, there is a fantastic amount of money. This industry is worth billions. And there's lots of bankers and consultants and the companies themselves and private equity that have got big checkbooks and can persuade politicians to do the right thing. So the scale of what we're up against is enormous. But I'm thinking back to the time of Dr. Servitas. He was just one guy campaigning, but he stuck at it. He learnt the science he persuaded people, he formed alliances, and he kept at it until he got there. And I think there's a long-term campaign to be fought to put the science in front of active campaigners and the public generally, to twist the arm of the industry, and particularly to confront their false information or their deceptive information. When they talk about the billions they've invested or the billions they're going to invest, don't let them get away with it. Confront them, and perhaps we do that by journalism, so we don't have any more time company representatives talking about all the billions we've invested without the journalists tackling them and saying, well, actually, yeah, you put billions in, but you took even more billions out at the same time. And this is a deep one. The National Audit Office put one of these lamppost figures in as well. They said the industry has invested 5 billion over the last 5 years. Well, that's good, isn't it? They're finally stepping up. They've taken out almost as much in dividends over those 5 years as they've invested. So net gain to regulated companies is almost zero. But the National Audit Office are repeating this lamppost number to convince everybody, well, shareholders are doing their business. So we have to struggle, campaign, but get the science and the data and the financial information out into the public domain and get the industry challenged.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, Sammy. You, Amy, you're gonna
Yeah.
go next.
All great, Stanley. Can I take you back to a couple of slides?
Yeah, please.
So could you click back to that one with the word investment?
Yeah.
And I'd just like to ask you to unpack how you come to the conclusion that all the money came from bill payers. I mean, if you could just explain that, that for us.
Well, it's linked to the first one. Yeah, here, that one.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got the idea that, well, you've got shareholders investing, you've got banks giving loans, but ultimately you say that all the money that goes into capital spending, like for a new reservoir if they're happy in, or a new pipeline, is coming from bill payers. So could you just unpack that for us?
It's because it's the facts. So that slide is related to this slide here. There you go. If you look at the cash flow statements of all these companies for the last 34 years, and you take their cash generated from operations, which is all their revenue after paying all operating costs and taxes, so how much cash are they left with after all their operations? And then you deduct their capital expenditure for that year, this is what you're left with. You're left with positive lines. So there was enough money coming in to companies to cover all expenses and all capital expenditure, and all capital expenditure. And it could have left them with 23 billion. But what happened was they'd take this, they'd have their cash surplus and they'd pay out dividends. And then they borrow to buy fixed assets so that they could have bought the fixed assets with that spare cash, but they chose to pay out dividends instead, and they borrowed to buy the fixed assets. So I'm saying they didn't need to borrow, and that is the proof of it. And because they didn't need to borrow to buy their fixed assets, that is why you can say that all the money that came for capital investment came from customers.
So just so I've got this right, we're saying that shareholders took out as much as they put in.
More than they put in. They took out more than they put in. That's the whole point. They borrowed to pay themselves dividends.
Yeah. So, and the banks are the same, which is how we get to that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And could I take you back a couple of slides before as well? One more, where you've got the interest payments as well. So we've got the net dividends down there in the blue.
Yep.
And of course, David's figures would be that 85 billion
Current prices.
Since privatisation has been taken out in dividends. And let me just see if I've got the discrepancy between your figures and David's figures right, because I'm sure they'll start with the same point. You're counting kind of different things. First things I understand, you're talking about 8 companies rather than all of the.
Yeah, so you have to add on, I know, 25% or something to get all the companies.
And your figure is nominal?
Nominal. So
rather than
kind of double it
inflation.
to get current prices,
Well, so
which gets to 80 billion.
inflation adjusted. Great, and that's basically the two differences.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And then the orange one is interest to banks or bondholders.
Correct.
And so the same thing, you're looking at a small number of companies and not inflation adjusted.
Yeah, so you probably will end up with about 80 billion of interest payments. So add the two and you end up with 160 billion total finance costs in current prices for privatisation.
And the remarkable thing is that the banks have taken slightly more than the shareholders.
Well, there's an interest, what's happening now is that, looking into the history, in the early years, interest payments were quite low, funnily enough, because the industry had been privatised with no debt. The government paid off the debt. So in the first decade, very low interest payments, but big dividends. So they kind of made up with, so the total finance costs, funnily enough, worked out at about 30%, most of it coming from dividends. But as they were borrowing money to pay dividends, the interest costs grew up, and there's been a kind of crossover, so that more and more of the cost is going to interest payments rather than dividends. That's the kind of history of the transition.
That's fantastic.
But my point is, it's not enough just to complain about the dividends, although that's bad enough, because those dividends had to be financed, and they were financed by interest payments. And the total finance cost of privatisation is the dividends plus the interest charges.
Fantastic, thanks so much.
Do you want to just ask that question about the assets?
Not really. I think that's covered. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Stanley, I was going to ask you a question like moving to the future and about securing public value and your recommendations where it gets a bit trickier.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've been talking about, you know, the investment or underinvestment in water and sewerage infrastructure, the invisibility of some of that and so on. And I'm just thinking about if we're moving towards a system that has public value for people and the environment, we're going to need to be talking about not just shit in rivers, but road runoff, pharmaceuticals in water, agricultural runoff, and so on. What do you think? What does that mean for the costs of running a future system, and how do we get the public to be concerned about that? Because the campaigning groups have been really successful about coalescing around the sewage in rivers. That's been really brought things to people's attention, but that's not all for.
Yeah. It's going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
And the public need to be persuaded that. But I think the public are going to be reluctant to fork out if they think that £75 of every £100 that's going to be spent is going to disappear in finance costs. I think if the public are distrustful of where their money's going, they're not going to be prepared to stump up with the money that needs to be spent, and it won't get spent, and the problem will continue. Something has got to be done about that, and I think that Ewan's probably better placed to talk about that. Something's got to be done about this ridiculously huge finance overhead that the industry is now burdened with, because it's really going to be an impediment on doing what needs to be done in terms of investment. And it's a big issue as well. I mean, it's agricultural runoff, Dieter Hellman's talking about catchment area plans needing to be done. That's exactly right. I mean, it's a huge thing. When you think of it in those terms, the idea of just looking at regulation of water company as the big reset is laughable.
Sammy, thank you. Just playing devil's advocate a little bit.
Please
Is there
do.
any sense in which these dividends might be considered return on regulatory equity? Obviously, not historically, but we have Ofwat now has new powers to stop dividends.
Yeah.
And certainly the returns are shrinking compared to what they were in the heady
Yeah.
days.
That's
So,
true.
do you think the dividend story might be kind of over or changing? Or, I mean, I know what you're saying about more lending, but there's so much scrutiny now.
It's a tricky one, because the first decade of privatisation was just a bonanza. Dividends were through the roof, returns on equity were fantastic. It actually led to the water industry in the UK being one of the most sought after financial investments for private equity. Look, all the high returns you're getting for low investment, this is ridiculous. No wonder companies were coming in and spending ridiculous amounts to buy water companies. That was then. This is now. This is very different. The Ofwat is clamping down on dividends. We've seen several companies that have been stopping paying dividends or minimising paying dividends. And actually that's causing a bit of a problem. That's what happened at Thames. Thames parent company, Kemble, borrowed big time for a leverage buyout of Thames Water, leaving the parent company with about 2.4 billion more debt even than Thames had. But they have to finance that somehow. And the only way they could finance it, because there wasn't a big group of companies, there was a head office and the regulated company. The only way they could finance this 2.4 billion extra debt was with cash coming from Thames Water. And when Ofwat squeezed that cash, what happened? Business fell apart because of the problems that the parent company, and it's not, there are other water companies which have a similar problem of a parent company with large debts that are only financed by dividends from the regulated company. So things have changed. With not so much in the era now of dividends pouring out of the company for a rich lifestyle for shareholders. We're more at the state where companies' financial resilience is being threatened by dividends being choked off. And I think that's why there needs to be a big reset. Regulators need to stop regulating. They need to cancel all the fines and penalties. They need to stop this litigation, put prices up to restore profitability to shareholders. I think that's the solution that we're looking at the moment until we protest about it.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Am I done?
Yeah, it's always really good to hear from the audience, isn't it? Just about, so what have you heard? As much a reflection on lessons learned than questions. So first off, just what have you heard that you've not heard before, or lessons learned, and then we'll do questions. But just lessons learned. What did you hear? Just shout out.
I think Dieter Helm actually said, what do you expect when you privatise a monopoly? In fact, they did exactly what you'd expect. I wanted to ask, how far short of actually openly fraudulent was this?
So can we just let's do questions in a second. Just shout out first off. Just from, you came in, I don't know what you knew, just what have you learned from listening to Stanley so far?
So I learned that basically that graph there doesn't need to exist.
Right.
Correct. That's the cost of.
Yeah, so that is a huge thing to me, because I almost want to be sick when I look at that.
It's there's a subtlety in this, and there's a subtlety everywhere, because I'm not actually saying that all dividends are evil. Actually, a reasonable amount of dividends, if investors invest genuinely, they deserve a reasonable return on investment. That is the argument they put around. That's the argument you will hear in every television interview with the water industry over the next several months. But the problem was investors didn't invest, and their dividends were unreasonable. They were huge. They were more than profits. So it's not that the graph shouldn't exist at all, but the numbers should be much, much less.
It's basic A-level economics or O-level economics that you cannot take out more in terms of money than you generate.
So let's just hear reactions before we respond. Let's just hear what other people, not everybody will want to get into it, but other just reactions.
The thing that I think I will take home is that Scottish Water are doing it well. So why can't we imitate what Scottish Water are doing?
Any other reactions?
Scandalous.
Scandalous.
Focus on dividends that we hear a lot about from government is only it's only part of the story. Government and regulators looked away from leverage and debt as a way of extracting value.
Okay, any other just reactions? And just hold the question about Scottish Water, because we have some counter narrative around whether that is really public ownership or the right model. We heard a lot last time about it, but hold that question. And then were there any questions? We've just got a couple of minutes. Do you have any specific questions, anybody? There was one you had, which was?
How far short of actually fraudulent was this?
About
And?
So my interest in the water industry has come from the Abingdon Reservoir. I've learned sort of reluctantly. It wasn't an area that I really wanted to learn about, but found out more and more about the water industry. And in our case, Thames has distributed these glossy brochures. It feels very much like a David and Goliath battle. And what they say to the regulators is contradicted by what's in their brochure. And I have been canvassing, and by and large, people are not aware, not interested.
So
And
question?
my question is that this seems so black and white, the issues. Why doesn't the government see it for what it is?
Does anybody want to answer that? Because it could just be Stanley, but I guess other people have got views too, haven't you?
I can answer that.
Go on, Ewan.
Well, I think, did anyone see the story that KKR, the Thames Water bidder, gave Rachel Reeves £27,000 last week?
Yes.
Yeah, we've got the Chancellor of the Exchequer taking £14,000 for a staffer from KKR that bids for Thames Water before the election, and then she took £13,000 in donations for a drinks reception after the election. You've got Steve Reed, who's the Environment Minister, who would decide whether to put the company into special administration, taking £1,786 for box seats at Crystal Palace and little prawn sandwiches from CK Hutchinson, which is another bidder for Thames Water. And then the third example is you've got the government using the figures about how much public ownership would cost from a report written by Anglia Water, lobbyists paid for by Anglia Water, United Utilities, Southwest Water, and Severn Trent. And so, there's a narrative that Rachel Reeves has been captured by the Treasury, and that explains all the bad decisions around winter fuel allowance and two-child benefit cap, keeping that. But I think she's just also captured by Wall Street banks and big firms. And that is why, if you're taking money from these people, how on earth could you make an independent decision about whether public ownership should go ahead, whether you should restructure the industry or anything else? I'm really, really sceptical since last week. There's any other answer.
Well, so that's one view. Anyone else got a view?
I'd say as well, it's not something you're going to reap an immediate reward from. Like you've said, we potentially need several years of special administration, a long-term plan. It's not going to deliver a really positive news result where everyone goes, oh yeah, water's great now before the next general election. Therefore, the government potentially doesn't see it as worth their while because they don't know if they'll be re-elected. They don't know if they'll reap the rewards from whatever they do. It's not necessarily going to be a big splash popular vote winner that they can.
So we've got
water companies are very unpopular, and the government has rolled out quite a lot of infrastructure projects that won't see any realisation for 20 years or 10 years or after this Parliament, most surely, and probably the next as well. So they have shown some interest to look further ahead than just this single Parliament.
So we've got plenty of potentials about why, whether it's corruption, whether it's timescales, whether it's fear, whether it's briefings that don't feel evidence-based to us, which is why we're doing this, which is let's try and take an evidence base and put it in there and keep on putting it in there. So we really appreciate your patience and tolerance listening to so long and making these sorts of contributions as we try and come to something that we believe in, I think, as academics, which is, at the end of the day, having a rounded, grounded set of evidence will really help. We're going to just swap Kate, aren't we? Into David Hall, and we're just going to check the live stream. If anybody needs a quick wiggle and loo, we have 2 minutes to wiggle and loo whilst we check the live stream and get David up here. Is that all right?
Yeah, fabulous. Okay, that's I'm going to get another water.
There's some water. Oh, yeah. Check. See what's wrong. Pause.
Projects. The first runway is all right. Yeah, the reservoir that I'm involved
Go on to it and see what you can get on It should be okay. It should be okay. Now, yeah, no, I get it. I've just had another go. Let's just see if they're. I mean, worst case scenario is no, it should be fine. Also check it out. There we go. Let's try it. Yeah, on that. Can you send that link to me, Becky? I think it was just that it wasn't on properly. It wasn't what? We've got it recorded. Sorry, I don't know how to pause it. So you've got to record it anyway. That was brilliant. That was not Should we get sat down, folks? Let's get sat down. Lost our panel members to Lou. 1 second. You can Sam, you need to get out and have a chat with you.
I've heard all this stuff.
How are you doing? You all right?
Very good.
Really good.
Okay, are we ready? Everyone ready? Gonna start? Brilliant. Well, thank you, Stanley. And now we're moving on to our next speaker, David Hall. We're very lucky to have Professor David Hall here today. Former Director of Public Services International Research Unit, PSILU, University of Greenwich. David's been looking at water company accounts for decades, I'd say, and co-authored a report last year for Unison, Clean Water, a Case for Public Ownership. So, over to you, David. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much for the invitation to submit evidence, and congratulations on setting up this independent commission, which was sorely needed and a great act of public service. So brilliant on that. And thanks also to Stanley for setting out his research on these issues. I'm going to be going through some of the same areas as Stanley did in terms of figures and showing slightly different figures, but I'll try not to duplicate, but there are some differences and I think some utility in presenting the results of our research in those areas as well. This is an overall summary, and the first point I'm going to discuss is that we need to be clear that the problems we're interested in are systemic problems of the public service. It is, of course, interesting, and it affects what happens massively, the finances of individual companies. But I think that's not what we're all concerned about. What we're concerned about is the level of the public services. And so we should look at the problems in that way and look at a solution in that way. And then look at evidence on public ownership as a global norm and the advantages of democratic solutions with various examples of how public participation really contributes to what we call, and I think Becky virtually called as well, democratic efficiency, i.e. the real economic efficiency gains of democratic public ownership. And then to talk about transition, how we can get from here to there. Just a few quick slides at the end about history, and we've been here before in a number of sessions. So firstly, just framing it, what do I mean by wanting to emphasise systemic problems of public services under privatisation? That we should try not to think of Thames as just a company that somehow managed to get into spectacular trouble, despite possessing a statutory monopoly in the essential service with a completely captured compliant regulator, which is an interesting story in itself. But we should try and put all the kind of the fraudulentness and glamour of that story on one side and focus on what we're doing. And I put up these things as, I think, helpful ways of trying to understand what's been happening. Firstly, that we're not talking about a company in trouble in a market economy. There's nothing much to do with markets at all in the water and sanitation sector. There's statutory monopolies. We're indeed statutory consumers. We get prosecuted if we don't connect to the sewage service of Thames Water. And prices are fixed politically, as they just have been for 5 years, not by supply and demand. So this is not market stuff. This is not companies running into problems. Nor is it just, in my view, and I think this is quite important as well, it's not just individual badly run companies. We should be aware of focusing on, they did that wrong, they should have financed that differently, they should use different mechanisms. Or, for example, it would be okay if only they were listed companies, they'd be subject to different disciplines. Or, for example, that if they could become non-for-profit companies in some miraculous way. The listed companies, as one or two of the things I'll show you are behaving just as badly as the private equity owned companies. And I think it's one of the things that the interim report was right about. So we should be looking at public service issues connected with what's the prices we're being charged, how much is it costing us, i.e. affordability, what investment are we getting, i.e. is it delivering quality, and general performance of the system. Second heading of point is to highlight that what was highlighted towards the end of that session, namely that what we're dealing with is very powerful actors in the system. These are not just technical issues that people have made mistakes somehow, and if we draw them to their attention, they'll realise the error of their ways. These are very big, very powerful, profit-maximising companies, and as somebody said, the company is behaving exactly as you would expect, given a statutory monopoly in the essential service. So, what we're seeing are the consequences of these actors that have been brought in by privatisation, pressing for higher prices to obtain the highest rate of return, underinvesting in the system, not investing their own equity, as Stanley touched on, and maximising the extraction of dividends. And protecting themselves in extraordinary successful regulatory ways that Ofwat actually has given them the right to 25 years notice before their license can be terminated. Whatever they do, if they behave so badly that the Ofwat wanted to say, we're terminating your license because you performed so badly, they would have 25 years notice. Wouldn't we all like that? But the unbelievably, water and sewage companies have that. Final point. There's a lot of discussion about public ownership meaning nationalisation, but we forget that actually one of the things that happened in the 1980s with the water industry was that the Thatcher government nationalised it. It was run by regional groups of local councils who carried out the regulatory functions as well, both the environmental regulatory functions and the economic regulatory functions, and owned and ran the companies. Well, the Thatcher government first took ownership of those away from local government and nationalised it in the hands of national government. Otherwise, privatisation wouldn't have been possible. The second thing that was done was to create the separate regulators as national entities. We didn't have national regulators before. Most countries don't have national regulators. The USA doesn't, France doesn't. And so they were taken away, and taken away also from democratic control. Whereas previously those functions were carried out by democratically elected local councils. Now, Ofwat, certainly, and I think EA as well, the constitutional status is a government department without minister. Mussolini would have been quite proud and interested in these entities. Government department without minister. So I think we should resist people trying to label public ownership proposals as nationalisation, and we should insist that what we're talking about is democratic democratisation and so on. And of course, there's the capture problems with Ofwat, which have been referred to a few times. So I think, and I'm going to carry on and give concrete, quantified evidence on this, that we should be looking very clearly at restoring the public service through transition to public ownership at local level, not by rescuing the companies or trying to regulate better the companies. Okay, first slide that I'm putting up, which sort of adds to what Stanley said, which is about the price of water. Mike obviously is going to say more about this, but very roughly on our calculations, this is in real terms, the real price of water has doubled since privatisation. In other words, it's gone up twice as fast as inflation as a whole. Why is that? There's nothing intrinsic, I think, about the water sector or the sewage sector for it to have gone up, for it to have doubled in prices. And the other thing about prices that we should be aware of is the mechanism. Very few people understand, and I'm not one of those who understands fully the Ofwat price setting mechanism, but there's this lovely little graph that Ofwat put in their report to companies in the city, but not their report to the public about how they set prices. And it said, how did we decide to fix the allowance of the revenue allowance, i.e. how much the companies can charge us, at 91 billion, which is the 23 billion higher than the previous 5 years? And the answer is they looked at various categories of usage of revenue, one of which is ROC, which is return on capital, the financial costs, dividends and interest. And it said, whereas in the previous 5 years, return on capital cost took 11 billion, the next 5 years is going to take 22 billion. In other words, Ofwat has actually, in its plans, in its prices, in the prices we are paying, given the companies a doubling of their target return on capital. That's what's built into it. And that itself accounts for just about a quarter of the price rise that we're paying. A quarter of the prices that we're paying are now going on the return on capital. Sorry, it's that column that should be showing that. So we're seeing these power structures and activity structures built into the price setting system itself, and it's a key feature of the price setting system that it's about return on capital. We think it's about capital investment, but if you go through the system, the capital investment is one input, and this is the core result. This is a graph that re-shows one of the things that Stanley was talking about, but maybe it's a clear way of answering Ewan's question of showing that over the years, this was from brilliant young man, Carol Yearwood, 7 years ago, is showing how the operating cash flow from the companies had from profits was sufficient to cover all the capital expenditure every year. And so there was a remaining small surplus, which could have been used for dividends, but was then topped up by debt. But that's literally another visualization of all the investment has been financed by us. This is relevant as well because one of the things Steve Reed is saying now is one of the more misleading statements that the government has secured 104 billion of private investment. And just about every word in that sentence is false, which we'll aim to write a short paper on, but that's one of them. Again, this is quantification of one of the other things that Stanley was talking about, equity, divestment and dividends. That we used a simple methodology and we did it across all the water and sewage companies. We converted everything to current prices so we could add it up meaningfully over the years. And we found, and this was a complete shock and surprise, that actually the value of shareholder equity had actually reduced during the period of privatisation. Not only was it zero, it was massively less than zero. And the same with the cumulative dividends. And that's been true across all the companies. This isn't just private equity. In fact, the biggest extraction has come from United Utilities as one example. Here's updated by 1 year, the latest figures on all those. And again, that relates to what Ewan was asking. Cumulative dividends paid up to the end of 2024. All the companies put together, that's water and sewage companies and the water only companies, 83 billion cumulative dividends, and 13 billion withdrawn simply in reducing equity. So the total extraction figure we use now is 96 billion being extracted. Now that amounts to getting on for 3 billion per year since privatisation in real current price terms. And the net debt figure, again, that's the March 24, it's gone up now, obviously. So that's added to those. This is the comparisons with Scottish Water. Got slightly different figures from what Stanley has, because I think we used a year later. But the difference there is the same. Is broadly similar. 35% has been the average financial expense for the English and Welsh companies, and 8% for Scottish Water. So there's 27% difference. So and that's a key difference in terms of where do we go, what the economic case is for public ownership, because that implies our water, we could get the same service for 27% less. In effect, we could, if we were in public ownership. There are other interesting things came out of this research. One is Welsh Water, the one not-for-profit company, actually takes 41% of customer bills for finance costs, which in the case of Welsh Water means interest. So there's something interesting and different going on there. It's actually the same as Thames Water.
Without paying dividends, yeah, that's interesting.
Without paying dividends, yeah. They've also got the average interest rate on Welsh Water loans is also higher than virtually any other company.
Exactly.
So there's something interesting going on there. And here again, some more detailed stuff on Scotland and Scottish comparisons, including Scotland's been seeing reduction in real terms in household bills since 2002. For a few years, that was true in England as well. But also what's been happening in Scotland has been higher investment per head of population. Again, it was one of the things that Carol Yearwood first pointed out, that year after year after year, in real terms, by comparison, per head of population, Scottish Water were investing 50% more than the English companies, 50% more, 50%. They still are. That's continued. And that's really a very striking figure that they're managing to do that. And the 50% of the, it fits very neatly with the fact that the finance costs are equivalent, so the lower finance costs in Scotland are equivalent to 37% of capital investment. So it's broadly in the ballpark of, in Scotland, instead of taking out that chunk for dividends and interest payments, they're using it for investment. And so again, that can imply that we could, at current bill levels, simply finance or any extra investment that we need. How does this fit with what happens in the rest of the world? 90% of the world has public sector water. We're updating the research we did on this 20 years ago, and so far it actually shows that percentage is higher than it was 20 years ago. There's certainly been a general trend away from privatisation. For sewage services, even higher. So we've got 97% of sewage is publicly run in the US, as opposed to 89% of the water services, something like that. Price comparisons, again, the USA and France are the two places where there are two big enough samples to have meaningful comparisons between price levels. In the US, a recent study produced the astonishing result. I mean, this is 50% of all the largest water utilities in the country. The private prices were, other things being equal, 59% higher than public ones. In France, longer ago, but this was a 100% sample, 16% higher. So it's quite a consistent picture worldwide, I would argue. Okay, what do we do? Public ownership comes out of that, I think, as the obvious solution, not just because it's what the rest of the world does, but because evidence from the rest of the world and from Scotland and elsewhere is that prices are lower, and therefore, in principle, we can do more with the same money, and also by removing these heavyweight players who are just trying to profit maximize out of the system, more is left in the system. And this is what the public has concluded. As somebody said earlier, why isn't the government realizing this? Well, the public realizes it and has done for a long time. So what I think we should be arguing for is a democratic solution for a public service system. That it builds on public incentives. If you've got a public sector system, instead of private profit maximization, you can plan on the basis of what's going to work best for the public service system. And so I've just suggested there are 4 different headings for thinking about this. One is the planning, one is finance, one is operation, one is oversight, stroke regulation. There's a bit of an overlap there. One example that we do have in the UK, which does function like this, which does function democratically, is Transport for London, which also has a brilliant live website. You can get all the board documents, you can watch all the board discussions live. There's big debates going on. There's big discussions as to what fare level should be. And there's been tremendous level of innovation, investment and so on, we can hold our heads up and say, yeah, actually in Britain, this isn't something that just alien foreigners like the French do. We do this too, and we do it just as well as anybody. So, where's some examples of how this democratic efficiency and the public participation element of it in particular comes, and I've identified sort of seven cases. There's lots more, of course, but I was trying to identify ones that had relevant angles and covering specific things. So Paris, as usual, in the first of the hearings, you heard, I think, from Anna Strat, who's responsible for remunicipalising Paris in 2010. And one of the things they deliberately did was to create a water observatory for citizen participation, against the strong objections of public officials who said they're just pain in the neck, they're troublemakers, they're making our lives more difficult. To which I said, yeah, that's the idea. You know, this is you lot that they were talking about. It does make people's lives more difficult, but that's democracy. To have a structure like that. There's also a really interesting report done on the project they did to clean up the Seine in time to get it to swimming standards for the Olympics, which they just managed. They had bad luck with the weather and all the rest of it, but they just managed. They did it on the same time scale as the Thames sewer over 10 years. And unlike the Thames sewer, which ended up costing over 5 billion, the Paris changes cost 1.4 billion euros. And were much more democratically conducted, and census report on how that was done, which we're going to put up on the British website shortly. Another example, South Bend, Indiana, great place, big fan of South Bend, Indiana. The American civil engineers published 1 or 2 case studies like this. This one, they had problems with sewage overspills from combined sewers. The problems are similar. Consultants said, well, it'll cost you $700 million to fix that and will involve the annihilation of 2 parts. What they did in South Bend, though, where everything, sewage and water was public, had a big public debate, had a reassessment team. They used computer geeks who said, you're already monitoring sewage overflows and so on. You can use that data to automate controls, etc., devise a much greener solution, save the parts, and saved 400 million. That's democratic efficiency. Similarly, a different angle on democratic efficiency, Porto Alegre, Brazil. Some of you may know it's a bit famous, Porto Alegre, for its system of participatory budgeting. The council budgets go through a process of public debate and public validation before they're voted on. This was where the water company, which is a council department, went through that process because they wanted to build a new wastewater treatment plant, and because they're restricted in what they could do in terms of borrowing, it involved tariff increases of 18%, and they said it was okay, it went through. They reported back to the council, yep, we want 18% increase, tariff increases. The council said, no, they'll never vote for us. And the company could say, it's okay. The public have validated it, they understand. So it does that. I just, 1.5 more minutes. Poland and municipal democracy. There's a very powerful and interesting new article come out, which the link there will take you to, which is really worth reading and something we need to rediscover in the UK, which is Polish activists since the end of communism have really treated protection of municipalities and municipal capacity as really vital. They don't want any backsliding against that by nationalisation. They don't want national right-wing governments reducing it. They really fought it, and they kept nearly everything public. So we need to broaden our thinking here that what we're talking about is local democracy in general. Cape Town, it's a bit like South Bend, except with water, big historic drought, but they've reduced total water consumption in the city by 55%. That is a real tribute. Can you imagine Thames Water inspiring people to cut their water consumption by half just because it would help their figures? Another example is from Shantytown in Pakistan, working with activist architects. Everybody simply planned the construction of sewers in the street, built the sewers, and then connected them to the big council sewer. Finally, in the Netherlands, they did it more centrally, that all the parties combined agreed that they would make privatisation illegal, and the local authorities would share all the information to help them regulate each other and improve each other. And they call that sunshine regulation, which I think is something to hang on to. By collaborating and sharing all the information you have, you can all work out and understand the best way of doing things. Okay, so transition, I've got 4 quick points. I'll just do the headlines. Firstly, I think what's really important is to build as broad-based a campaign as we can. And I think that's lacking at the moment. We tend to have separate campaigns. We've got the environmental campaigns, we've got the unions, we've got community groups, we've got people working on consumer costs and so on. We really, really need some combination there. And there is cross-party support from voters around. Secondly, I think importantly, it's beginning to happen in the Thames area. We need to try setting up shadow public authorities, elected local councils in the region, and workers' representatives, campaign representatives, consumer representatives, get them together. These can form part of the campaign and then ready to become public authorities. It needn't take a lifetime, as Steve Reed thinks. Thirdly, special administration for all companies is the way to go, and Ewan's the guy who will explain that. And fourthly, the compensation issue is not a blocker, which is what Steve Reed does. And again, Ewan has just published a great piece demonstrating that. So those are the 4 things. Just to encourage you, we've been here before, 19th century London, problems of polluted water supply, that wonderful thing which is headed Thames Water.
Is last week, I think.
Is about the pollution that led to the building of the sewage system in London. This gloriously looks like a faded computer graphic, which it is, but it's from 1903, meticulously coloured in. This is what they call the pink wedge of dividend payments by the private water companies in London. Year after year after year, look at how much they're taking out. And finally, in 1903, they were taken into public ownership by the new, under the new LCC, London County Council. And
can we ask you to stop it?
And I shall stop. And this is just a youthful memory for me, because 40 years ago, the first attempt by the Thatcher government to privatise water failed in 1985 because there was a vigorous campaign led by the unions with a wide range of different interest groups, including the National Farmers Union, British Pensioners Association, Greenpeace, the Royal Society of Protection of Birds, and Thatcher withdrew those proposals after a year because she didn't want to go into the next election supporting water privatisation. After she won the election, she then brought them back and implemented. So I can say campaigns like this can be won. We've done it before, and so on. So thanks and big apologies.
On our website. So
It will be, yeah, it will be everywhere.
But we skim over, you want to go back. Thank you. Thank you, David. Well, I had a question for you, and I think you pretty much answered it. So, well, I was interested, because public ownership, but then we talk about Scottish Water, but there's problems with Scottish Water. So what are the pitfalls in public ownership that we need to avoid, do you think?
Well, I think quite honestly, whatever pitfalls turn up once we've got public ownership, after all, the pitfalls the critiques of Scottish Water and the setup in Scottish Water is from from Tommy Kane, for example, from some years back. I remember the regulator is a clearly undemocratic influence. The fact it's run as a simple national agency of, depends how you describe Scotland, but national agency of a central government makes it much less democratic than it being run by a number of local authorities, which is what it used to be. There's also not such active encouragement of public participation. So I think those three things would make Scottish Water a lot more democratic and remove some of the problems. But they're the specific problems there. I mean, in other parts of the world, I mean, sure, public authorities run into problems, but there'll be different problems depending on localities and different responses.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up on that, David, because you know, the evidence from elsewhere with public ownership is a lot about that is remunicipalisation and, you know, strong role for municipal authorities. But how could that possibly, you know, that's very difficult to transfer to the British situation where our local authorities are cash strapped, resource strapped, you know, nearly bankrupt. There's no trust in public services and so on. So what, you know, what kind of body has the capacity to do that in our current situation?
Yeah, picking up on the trust point, there's low trust in public authorities, but one of the big advantages of the water sector we have here is there's even lower trust in the privatised water companies. And so in terms of public trust, it should be bigger. But that I think is highly relevant, and is why I was making the point I did about the situation in Poland, that actually we do need to be broader and more aware that what we are doing is promoting ideas, issues and solutions that around political public sector capacity building. We're not just doing a technical fix for sewage overspills. If we restrict ourselves to technical fixes, they won't work for the reasons I would argue that I've outlined. So I think that's quite important. I think it's another reason why building a broader based campaign would help.
We learned something from when we heard about the case of Montpellier taking water back into public ownership, how they set up a board with representatives of citizens, trade unions, campaigning groups, the water company, and they spent 2 or 3 years deciding what kind of public ownership or control or system it should be. So do you think, is that the sort of thing you're talking about when you're talking about shadow
regional water authorities? Yeah, I mean, if we could set up one of those for each of the 9 regions now, that then did exactly what you described Montpellier did over the next couple of years, that would be brilliant, both in terms of making the transition itself much simpler, but also as a great learning process in how to build democracy and democratic capabilities. And again, I'll just go back to, I mean, Transport for London, it's on a different scale and it's a different sector, but hey, it works and works well.
It works in London, but what about Bradford, where I live? Anyway.
Yes. Well, yeah, but then that's one of the other things I think happening in South Yorkshire is campaigns for more development of municipal public transport rather than reduction.
Can I TfL gets a third of all the public transport subsidies in England.
We're going to come to the public in a minute. If we just finish the questions that we need to for the Commission, we'll absolutely come to you.
Fantastic, David, thank you so much. Do you mind if I just take you back through the slides as well? To the bit where you have, it was 91 billion in total revenue allowed by Ofwat, so right back. And I got that it was going 33% up. Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so based on your figures, I've been saying that you know, if you had 85 billion in dividends since privatisations, I think what last year's calculation was, then if you take the next parliament, then privatised water is going to cost us 12.5 billion. And you can double that if the return to debt is roughly the same as return to equity. So 25 billion is what privatisation will cost us over Parliament. But actually, am I right in thinking the return on capital there, the 22 billion, is what is actually calculating that investors can take out of water? So that 22 billion there is Ofwat's official calculation of what privatisation costs us in the next. But so this idea that it's going to cost billions to take water back into public ownership, the reverse is true.
Yeah.
It costs 22 billion to keep it in private ownership. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Broadly speaking, yes. That's the point. I mean, actually, the figure should be higher than that. In parallel, if you said it alongside the figure, our 35% figure for the total financial costs, annual financial costs of the companies. This should be more like 30 billion. And I think some of that is due to the fact that headings like residential retail and other could also cover a considerable chunk of return on capital.
And just one more thing, is that to shareholders and not debt holders, or is return on capital including shareholders and debt holders? Okay. And it's double what was there before, 99% more than what was there before.
It's double what allowed for in 2020 to 24.
Yeah.
They have doubled it. I mean, that whole process, there was one that was illuminating in terms of the heavyweightiness of the actors. There was a conference organised by Moody's Finance. Were you at it? There was, but I went along to that, and it was Moody's, the International Credit Rating Agency. This is the beating heart leader of global finance capital, if you like. And all the investors in UK Water were in the room, and they had the CEO of Ofwat on the table. Mike, were you at that? Yeah, okay. Well, you'll maybe confirm this. In one sense, it was shocking. I mean, somebody said earlier, I never thought I'd say I felt sorry for Ofwat, but this guy was sitting there on the podium, and Moody's were just conducting people saying, "Well, this is hopeless. He's going to have to pack his bags and find another job, isn't he?" And all the mass ranks of financial investors, and it was a brutal naked exercise in political pressure, and it worked. It really worked. The price level that Ofwat was talking about at that point was significantly lower than that. But that's how it works, and that's why the prices get set the way they do.
We've got we're going to David, just have a we just reactions. You can grab David during lunch for questions. But back to, you came in here, not sure what you knew. What have you learned? What have you heard from that session? Just what stuck with you? It's really helpful to us to know what you're hearing rather than any questions. What stuck with you?
Yeah, just the extent to which around the rest of the world, I think you said it was 90%, government owned around the rest of the world. So I had an idea in my mind that it would be leaning towards that, but I didn't appreciate it was quite to that extent that we're so against the grain with what we're doing here.
See, it's really helpful for us to hear that, because then we know what your assumptions are, rather than we're sat in this all the time. We know it all. It's really helpful to hear as you come into this what's been new to you that we need to be amplified. What's new? Yes. Just comments.
Yeah, well, the argument is what's new to me in this presentation is that we seem to be in some ways debating privatisation versus nationalisation. But I think
there's a nuance.
You're talking more about a social construct of running public services.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not the black and white. Anything else that's new to you that you've heard?
I think, the shop and capture of Ofwat,
Yeah.
who with a monopoly, you think they'd be very strong regulation, enforcement regulation, and Ofwat seems to be just not up to the job.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. I think you were saying one more. Also, one more?
So I knew quite a lot about this. What struck me is how shockingly inefficient they are. Actually, they are rubbish at running a business. They can't get low interest rates on their borrowing. Shelling out dividends. I mean, this is bad management 101 if you were doing an MBA.
So, Kate is going to give David our thanks, but just if you've got things that you want us to hear, Isla here is taking massive notes for us. You can obviously collar us as well, but please during the lunch break, talk to Isla, who will write down any concerns, any thoughts, any things you really want us to make sure that we've heard, as well as talking to us.
Brilliant. Okay, well, thank you very much, David. That's been tremendous. Just want to say we've got half an hour for lunch. We don't have lunch, but there's plenty of places to go and grab a sandwich if you want. And we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. But meanwhile, David, thank you. Brilliant.
Ewan, would like to get on videos if the real costs issues. Can we just do it on video?
Yes,
Yeah, is that right? Yeah, is that right? I actually have chosen another video. That would be really helpful to understand.
I'm trying to get this answer.
Yeah, we'll face each other.
Yeah, that's great. It's just a big aim. Get closer together, you two.
So, do you
Yes. My worry is, you know, Absolutely, there's no worry. On our website. Yeah, I start my chat with your quote about hello. You enjoying it? I know. Good. I don't know if I can pause. We're taking half an hour break. We'll make a clip in the final publication of this. We have the money. They've got all our money.
And why do you plan on when it happens, it's hugely expensive. So anyway.
Yes. I would say is we also don't necessarily want to be emulating exactly what someone else is doing. To be aspirational, to say actually we do think we have yeah, I come from a hill. Companies that are producing from the point of view of the pharmaceuticals earlier, we're creating companies that give any money to water companies for capacity to incorporate like greywater systems and design safe drinking water in the industry.
So you were actually, but now you're.
Yeah, but I think it's a great point. You can do this really simplified graphics that say this is
So I live in so yeah.
Towards Reading, go up into the hills.
Okay, well, we.
Thank you very much. That'd be great to So we wouldn't get to what, are you taking notes?
I am taking notes.
I think words like knowledge is it's like climate denial. I think actually we have to start using stop being to say these people are disgraced. They have to state on the face of the campus, bring good businesses that just say yeah, because we're all very nice. Corruption. And I guess we know there is, all of us have the same message on Facebook. So you're starting to corrode this. The image is corroded anyway, to make people angry enough and still start to shout at their actual flooding and for some reason regulations in the UK say Yes, that's somebody. I was the customer.
I'd like to get some lunch.
Awesome.
Really nice lunch. Are you with mine? I'm actually most of you. You're right.
I am Billy. I'm going to fight a bit.
Yeah, we're just having, we just bought some lunch and speakers. It's really about bills are low. So it's not actually down. It's the same issue, both of them, they don't cost, don't assume, English was one of those. It's really good. What we take in this took quite a long way to go. Very
So please
I hear what you would say. There is a very strong law. Regulated stuff. It is. It happens. It's inevitable. Oh yeah. But, you know, we've got Did you get some food, Diana?
Yeah.
If not, grab some.
Any unsuspecting people to ask to talk to me. Is there any sort of comments or thoughts you'd like to be captured as part of this?
How are you getting on?
Either about public value for water should be like to you, or about generally your feeling about how systems come to you.
Absolutely.
Like
Ooh, I don't deal in that world.
Well, obviously, I'm against all the things corruption, etc. that's been in the slides. I think the social models are quite important. I don't think so very much
How do you feel about, because an interesting conversation I've had sort of with some people is that we feel that there should be more democratic input into the systems, but actually some people would they just want what they want is for the water companies to operate well and be invisible. They don't want it to be something you have to think about. Saying, oh well, when something works well, you don't think about it. When trains are on time, you don't think about it. It's when things go wrong that you see it and it's visible. But to a certain extent, the public models we've looked at, well, people have to care about it even when it's not very good. So absolutely.
My observations, just in general, is how apathetic people are. I mean, everybody's up in arms about the sewage aspect of regulation, etc. But the financials is the public. I mean, I've got not loyalty calls over particular local initiatives. It's just generally Thames Water. Well, they've got PR department as well financed. And that generally people just go, well, they're a big company, but they must be doing what's right for us, and they don't even question it. You know, is what I feel. So, which is, as you said, just what I want to do, I should, you know, give our governments, I think, companies, it's a bit discouraging, really.
But do you think that's potentially a wider societal problem that people don't have the time or energy or money necessarily to care about in the face of lots of other things happening?
I think it's probably, well, there is a lot of apathy in the sense that people lost all faith in politicians. I mean, I don't know how.
But there isn't
This is so many shows talking about I just don't know how to do it. Try and do it. It's more or less Thames Water with bales of it's on hundreds of thousands of
the debate at the end.
I find that tainted as well. They swallow whatever in Thames Water.
Yes, all goes up.
I'm trying to show the human face.
Yeah, we stick it.
I don't think the mainstream media
Thanks, everybody for coming.
neutral. Or they're not questioning.
Okay, good. Great, good, thank you. Oh, well, it's just. I don't think we're going to have a couch argument this afternoon.
Hello, I'm just going around taking some notes on thoughts and feelings about what you think should happen next. Are you willing to?
Well, I work in building. So these now have so much practical insight. I'm just going to guess. I'm going to leave you with this guy. No, he's one of the guys.
Do you think that is something that the public should all actually have that access to?
Oh, and then you've got your coffee.
Yeah, I do.
My name is easy. Stanley.root@gmail.com. Send us an email.
Yeah.
All right, oh, no, innovation. I just had a very interesting chat with somebody. Well, no, there's a myth that it's just a problem. It's a distraction. It's expensive. But David's talking about democratic efficiency. Ideas. And they can give buy-in to your ideas. So if this like it. Very well. So innovation is always a big thing at the issue. The other thing there is scope of democratic accountability because now the problem that we have lovely because yeah, I like that, but you know, the worst
Where's our chair?
Give it balls to do that. I think I've never done that
To get an idea of whether you're planning, and there's clear evidence. They just continue to do
Folks, grab your teas and coffees and we need to start.
I'm like headmistress. My mum was a teacher, you can tell, can't you?
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice little break. So moving on swiftly now, we are joined by Dr. Mike Heel and Louise Mills from the Consumer Council for Water to talk about the consumer perspective on all of this. So you have, so it's Louise, are you both
Louise
coming
is
up?
presenting, and I'm coming.
Okay, Louise.
Sit around.
Louise and Mike, thank you. So you have 15 minutes. Right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, thanks for having us here today. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about water poverty. First of all, I'm going to start off with a bit of a story of what water poverty and affordability looks like. So I'm going to start off with 1999, the introduction of the ban on disconnection for household customers. Although it was able to be used, we do know that it wasn't actually used in a hell of a lot of cases. It was small numbers. So then, prior to 2000, financial support for customers was really focused on debt, really, with limited options available. So we're talking about generally extended payment plans and deferment of payments, no actual real help with the outstanding amount that people had or their affordability going forward. So in 2000, the Water Shore Scheme was introduced, and this was to protect low-income households from large bills for their essential water use. I'll talk a bit about more about Water Shore in further slides. Then in 2010, legislation enabling the social tariff schemes was introduced, and that was following calls from CCW to increase the support available for people. And then by 2017, all companies had local social tariff schemes in place. CCW also worked with companies to put other support in place, such as hardship funds, payment matching and payment breaks. I'll talk about those a bit more later on as well. So in 2019, companies made the commitment to address water poverty by 2030. that's zero water poverty by 2030, sorry. In 2020, CCW carried out a independent affordability review. Our headline recommendation out of that was the introduction of a single social tariff. There were some other recommendations within that, such as greater choice on how people pay, clear and accessible communications for people, proactive identification of people who need support, understanding the communities through research, and then data sharing for better identification of who actually needs help. Then we move to 2024. So we've got the Water Special Measures Act, along with a raft of measures aimed at ensuring that water companies face swifter and tougher punishment for poor environmental performance. This also laid the foundation for potentially us to have a single social tariff in place and for that to become a reality. I'll speak about that a bit more later as well. In 2024 as well, CCW did some work to create some recommendations to the UK and Welsh Government to make improvements to the Water Shore scheme, which I'll talk about further on. In 2025, we have, of course, seen the record increase in bills and the likelihood that about 3 million households in England and Wales will face water poverty. And then in 2025 as well, CC Water presses forward currently with the introduction of a single social tariff. So just on consumer debt, so we have some insights on that. These are pulled from companies' annual performance reports, which have enabled us to get these insights. There is a full report that's been done by Ofwat, if you would like to look into that a little bit further. What that shows us is more than 2.5 million households are in debt. The value of that debt sits at about 2.1 billion. So the average owed by each customer in debt is about £822. 30% of the people in debt have a payment plan in place. 3% of the total people who are in debt are also subject at the moment to court action. I say at the moment, these are from the NPRs from 23-24. The ones for last year are due shortly. So it's about 8.2% of households that are in debt. There are also 1.1, well, within that, there are 1.1 million final accounts in debt. So this is people who are no longer served by that water company, but they still hold debt with the water company. Unsurprisingly, people who are on a payment plan, however much that may be, do have a lower average of arrears. Just under 1 million households did not pay towards their water debt within the financial year 23-24. So bill increases then, we know that 104 billion is how much we're looking at in terms of going into these increases overall in the sector. So this includes 24 billion in protecting water and waste service systems, and 24 billion in improving the environment, and then 12 in protecting water and wastewater systems. The average bill increase is about 30%. The highest bill increase, about 50%. The average combined bill is £619. So this is for the financial year 25-26. Water Matters research showed us a reduction in satisfaction in value for money. And this is even before the bill announcements. Our research was done. That research was carried out during last year, and obviously the bill announcements were made earlier on this year. So we'll see what that looks like this time around this year. Our previous research after the draft determinations suggested that at least 2 out of 5 households would find the bill increases difficult to afford. Our Water Worries research shows that 44% reduced spending on food and heating to afford household bills. And we know that people who are in vulnerable circumstances are more likely to be affected by affordability issues. So water poverty then, unsurprisingly, due to the step change in the bill levels, which took effect in April, it's likely that around 3 million households in England and Wales will be in water poverty or are in water poverty. So this is where people are spending more than 5% of their income on water. So that is measured in terms of the proportion of the household income after housing costs, and it is adjusted for family size as well. So we're looking at 3 million based on the 5%. So the need to address water poverty has never really been more important than now. We want everyone to have clean, safe water at a price they can afford, and we're working hard to make that happen. So affordability support that's there at the moment. We've got social tariffs, so we know that more than 1.6 million households are benefiting, it's about 5%. And it's expected to double by 2030, the amount of people who are getting that support. The average saving is about £160 for households on a social tariff. The awareness has increased from 37% to 45%. And what we've got at the moment is a postcode lottery with these social tariffs. The social tariffs vary between water companies, and you can have 90% reduction on bills, right to nothing at all. So our Water Matters shows us that the awareness level for social tariffs is around about 49% at the moment overall. So Watershore, separate to social tariffs, we've got about 230,000 households supported, and we've got an average bill reduction of £286. So the current qualifying criteria for Watershore is to have a meter, be in receipt of an income-based benefit, and have a medical condition with a practitioner's notice, what it's saying in statute at the moment, or have 3 or more dependent children. At the moment, the cap for Watershore is the company's average bill. So the other support that's available for households is payment breaks, so giving people a little bit of time if they're in a temporary situation where they're struggling to pay. Income maximisation, so this is where people can get support to see if they're entitled to any other outside support, such as potentially benefits. There are hardship support funds. Usually they have a qualifying criteria that they are funds to help people reduce or eliminate past debt. And then there's payment matching, which is a little bit similar. It's where you pay so much and then the company matches that to help reduce debt. So the future then, in our view, first of all, there's the single social tariff. So the idea with the single social tariff is to eliminate the postcode lottery. We want to fully end water poverty by providing targeted and consistent support across the board. And the idea of it is to share the cost of funding across all regions. So it's to provide a stronger safety net that would help ensure that the right decisions are made for customers and the environment can be, so the right decisions can be made for both customers and environment without concern of the impact on those who would struggle to pay the most. It would also be easier to advertise and raise awareness for it, because it can be done with a collaborative approach if everyone's providing the same thing. So Watershore, As I said in the timeline, we have submitted some recommendations to increase the support that people can get from this. So we've passed those recommendations to DEFRA, and that's where they are at the moment. We want to increase the support and widen the qualifying criteria. So some of the things that we recommended were to include some non-income based benefits, cap the average overall bill by either the measured or the overall, depending on which is lower by company, because there are variances. A single occupier cap, because we know that Watershore Rate's current cap is probably more than a single person would use should they not have any extra needs. Remove the requirement for a medical note, and that's just to put that into statute. We already encourage companies not to require that. And include some more conditions and really highlight to people that it is an inclusive service and it's not restricted to the list of things that aren't currently in statute. Then we've got innovative tariffs. So at the moment we've got two kinds. We've got the rising block tariff. So generally that starts at a lower cost for the first so many units or litres of usage, and it goes up for the more water that you use. And then we've also got seasonal, so cheaper in the winter, more expensive in the summer when the demand is higher. This came about in 2023 when Ofwat changed the rules on how water companies can charge household customers, and it made it easier for them to explore different ways of structuring their charges. So this could play a role in the future, both in terms of environment and in terms of affordability. At the moment, there are 6 trials that have either been started or that are planned, but it's too early for conclusions just yet. It does take a bit of time to actually, see the outcomes of these things. But CC Water works really closely with companies just to understand and consider the findings. And how they're getting on with those tariffs.
Excellent.
Can I just ask you what CCW stands for?
Consumer Council for Water.
So where is that?
It's based in 2 places, Birmingham and Cardiff, but we cover England and Wales.
But is it a government
How is
body?
your
Or
access?
what is it? What kind of body is
We're
it?
an arm's length body.
Yeah.
Of government?
Yeah. So we're a creature of statute. So we are in the Water Act. That's what created us. So we're an arm's length body. It sits under the DEFRA umbrella.
So is it like an ombudsman for water?
Partially. We deal with the escalated complaints that can't get resolved between companies and their customers. But our role is to act to represent consumers in that. So when we try and resolve a complaint, we're on the consumer side. But we do also oversee the final leg of the process, which is an ombudsman process. So we oversee the contract for that. We are not the ombudsman because there would clearly be a conflict there if we're representing and being independent, but we oversee that contract. That scheme is a voluntary scheme, so all the companies have signed up for it, but they're not obliged to. So that is a gap actually in legislation that should be. I think we should oversee the contract. The companies should be obliged to do it whether they like it or not. So, but we also do a lot of customer research. So Reid was referring to Water Matters, a big tracker survey that we carry out every year. We've done it for 14 years. It's incredibly insightful. So 53% of customers, only 53% of customers think their water bill's fair. That's an all-time low. Only 53% of customers think the companies care for the services they provide. Again, that actually went up this year, but from a very low point. But the score we're very concerned about is the trust score, which last year was an all-time low, and then this year went even lower, which I think just it says a lot about where we're at in terms of the sector.
So we had a lot of questions, but I'm going to use my position and go first. Just quickly, on your fully ending water poverty, fantastic, but where does money come for that? You know, we've got 2.5 million households in debt, so who pays for? So ending water poverty means a subsidy to disadvantaged households, yeah? So where does the money for that come from?
The money for social tariffs and the support. So mostly the funding for social tariffs comes from cross subsidy.
So it's from other households
Yes.
to the ones that can't afford?
Yes,
Okay.
there are a limited number of companies that do actually provide funding to that as well.
What, from the
Profits,
Profits, yeah.
Okay,
but not many.
Yeah, but not many.
okay, so mostly it's other households?
Yes.
Right, okay. So to get rid of water poverty, other people will have to pay more. Somebody's going to have to pay more to pay. Yeah, okay.
That's correct.
Okay, right.
Okay, so I'm going to go a bit upstream here. So we started, you'd expect this, Mike. We started today about how water is essential for life. I am horrified that anybody is having to be gatekeep access to water, or is going to have to worry about water, or has to be concerned about it, and that they have to jump through extra hoops because they're poorer compared to those of us that pay. So I am fundamentally horrified about this. In a wealthy, so-called democratic system, that we have people in this situation. So for me, it's fundamentally a violation of people's basic human rights. In that, and you're supposed to be here, Mike, to fight your corner on behalf of the public. So how would you design the water sector to ensure that not only do we not have water poverty, but that water is properly available to all? And how are you, as the water customer representative, advocating that into this current rethink, redesign, review of the water system?
Said to Louise, I would do the hard questions. Do you want to take that one? No, it's a really big question. Actually, I agree with the comments this morning. Actually, we need a system that's transparent, that's accountable, and consumers are represented well within that. And we've got quite a lot of work to do to get to a system where we can all say that that's working really well in the way we want. So, you know, I think a lot of the, how do you get from here to there? You know, that is a very tricky point. And I know some people in the room, just from comments that we made, don't particularly like the review that John Cunliffe's doing at the moment. But we have found their team is listening and is listening to suggestions, and we're particularly pushing for some of the things that you've heard today on this slide about, you know, we want a single social tariff, we want better transparency, we want better accountability, we want better governance. It's incredible. Too much of it is incredibly murky. I was giving evidence at the Public Accounts Committee yesterday, which was pretty terrifying experience. And the people, the MPs that are on the Public Accounts Committee, it's the committee a lot of people want to be on, right? Because it's like one of the most important select committees. So they're all intelligent MPs. And yet the murkiness of the company's finances was very apparent. You can rewatch that session, they're all there. You can watch it every 3 hours long. But the murkiness, it's incredible, which again speaks to this point about transparency.
Isn't your job in fighting our corner and being the voice of the consumer to expose that and to work with the public to help?
I'd watched the evidence. I mean, I wasn't. If you watched yesterday, you wouldn't say, I'm saying it's the guy from Water UK. Let's just say it was very different from what he was saying, what I was saying. So, you know, we are fighting the corner. I mean, I've got a team every day who deal with 10,000 escalated complaints, angry people who are frustrated, and the people who are working on the phones every day. And, you know, so I don't know. It felt like there was a slight kind of, you're not fighting your corner coming through. But these guys are fighting every single day. You know, one-on-one battles. We're fighting as well at policy level too. And we want, the sector needs to see change. It needs to see radical change. Now, the Cunliffe report's interim report was an interim report, so it was very interim. So we don't know yet what the interim recommendations are. I'm interested to see what you guys are going to say as well. Because I don't think anyone should have a monopoly on good ideas either. So,
I've got a quite specific question. Earlier on, you said you defined water poverty as those paying more than 5% of their household income for water. And I just wonder where that figure comes from, because A, it looks quite high compared to, as I understand it, to what households in Europe pay for water. And B, the 5% figure has been knocking about since the early 1990s and was actually a kind of fiction perpetuated by the World Bank at the time, that even poor households can afford to pay 5% for their water. So I just wonder why that is the threshold and on what basis.
I can answer. There's a few points. I mean,
Yeah.
sorry, I don't want to like. So actually, we did a lot of work and actually got all the water companies around the table to work out what the best definition was, because obviously we wanted the water companies to commit to. So water companies have committed. Water UK, on behalf of the companies, have committed to ending water poverty by 2030. Yet not all companies have got plans to end water poverty. And we've been very vocal. Again, if you look at what we said in terms of the context of this press release, we've been very vocal on that. That we welcome there is that 6 companies that have said they will, and we've been very critical of the ones that haven't, because don't make a public interest commitment to end water poverty by 2030 if you're not actually going to back that up by ending water poverty by 2030. I mean, if we're talking about trust here, how is that going to build trust? So we got the companies around the table. And the 5%, it's 5% of your disposable income after housing costs on your water bill. We looked at other metrics like the 3%, but actually an academic from Sheffield Uni actually looked at the 5% level and looked at wider poverty, and the Venn diagram has a 92% overlap. So it does show that you're roughly, I mean it's not perfect, but roughly hitting the right people by looking at that. But no metric's perfect, right? I don't think there's a single perfect metric. So I'm not going to pretend that 5% is magical and it's the best metric, but we think it's decent. And actually, if you're going to make a start ending water poverty, it's good to have a target to aim for, because if you don't, you let each company set their own thing, you'll get a bunch of moving cups, and we'll get baffled by the by the trick, which is what happened with a lot of the financial discussions. People get bamboozled by lots of information presented in very different ways.
Yeah, just one quick question. Thank you very much, Louise, for the presentation. I was trying to find out some time ago whether large water users got discounts. So I'm a farmer, a big farmer. Let's imagine I'm Google building one of these enormous new data centers. Presumably, if they buy more water, then they pay less per litre than normal user. But I could never get a straight answer from really anyone until I asked. So I guess you must know, because you work 12 and Severn Trent as well. I mean, is it true that you can get discounts if you're a big business?
If you're a bulk supply, there's a bulk tariff arrangement which does give a discount, which we've been saying needs to end, because that doesn't make any sense in a water scarce world.
So it's funny how we're talking about people on the social tariff being cost subsidised by other water users. Most people would think that's fine, but actually we're also cost subsidising enormous wealthy corporations and very large farms that use a lot of water as well. I wonder what the difference is between the social tariff and the discount that large businesses get.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that right now.
Do you have any idea where that data might be available? Because I haven't found it yet.
Yeah, we can take that one away and have a look, because I'd like to know the answer to that too, actually.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much.
But it's illogical with a water scarce world that the more you buy, the cheaper it gets. It's it would face with climate change.
We just finish with just to round off the end, which is, and I've watched you in EFRA, and I've seen you take on some of the water companies, Mike. So it's absolutely this is not an easy world to work in. But on behalf of the bill payer customer, what do you think the future is going to be now? What do you think we should have now?
I think that's it.
What does your consumer base say they want?
Well, it's interesting because you can do a survey. If you ask a consumer a question, they'll give you an answer, right? So even if you ask people, do you want to renationalise water, they'll give you an answer, and most people will say yes. But is it top of mind? And I don't think it is. We did a deep listening exercise actually I think it was December, where we analysed everything that was being said in the outside world of water, like so looking at all the stuff that said, so all the socials, and what we looked at was what we were trying to find was what are people saying and what are their concerns about water, and what are the bubbling under issues, and the three issues that were the top issues, and you won't be surprised at this, was bill levels. We've just been talking about this. Environmental pollution, again, obviously, and then the totemic issue of leakage. Because even though leakage has reduced, it's still viewed as wastage. It winds people up. I mean, you see a leakage, I can feel a visceral. So you won't be surprised at those three. They were the top three, but the bubbling under one's actually really interesting because company finances came out in that, but it came out in worrying about the company's stability. Because if you think about it, this was done in December. In the year prior to that, all people will have heard. They were worried about who was responsible as well for things like pipe work. Who's responsible and for getting things done in my local community. So they've seen things that are wrong. Who's responsible for fixing it? Again, so these are bubbling under ones. They were worried about metering and being having particularly smart meters imposed on them. And again, there's a big rollout of smart metering, and some companies are better than others. I think it's fair to say at doing that. So you can see that's one of the bubbling under issues, and there's a fourth bubbling under one, which is now escaping me. But yeah, I mean, all our research is freely available. We want people to use our research. This is the point, right? All our research, everything is published because you pay for us and you pay for that research, right? So that research is there for everyone to use.
Okay, we'll follow that up. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, As we pop round to David, what have you learnt? You know what we're doing next. What have you learnt? You didn't know before?
I have a question.
Questions. We're just going to come to questions at the end. But just what have you learnt?
I mean, I'm totally shocked, like you just said, that 3 million households are struggling to pay their water bills, and if you kind of overlay 75% of their bills is going to pay these companies' debt, it's a scene of absolute tragedy in this country.
Yeah.
And I think far too often we get levelled at us as campaign groups that it's a middle class issue. It's not a middle class issue. It's an issue of people struggling, lying awake at night, worrying about what's going to happen. And I think, to me, it's just it's a crime, basically. So I think, thank you, but I mean, it's more money from us as bill payers going into sort of, it's just the bill payer is the sucker in all of this.
I remember the fourth thing.
Yes.
It was water quality, drinking water quality, and one of the things that's really concerning us is that people are conflating sewage in rivers.
Yeah.
With the quality of drinking water, and actually people should not do that because one of the success stories of the sector is world-class drinking water. So, sorry, that was the fourth.
Any other quick learnings?
Yeah, that they exist. Thank you.
They exist if you have.
Thank you.
Sorry, Kate.
I sense a few more letters coming your way.
Thanks, Mike.
Lovely, thank you so much. Okay, well, on to our last, but by no means least presenter today, David Lloyd-Owen, who's a water expert, journalist, consultant with over 35 years experience in water and wastewater policy, companies, market analysis, including 10 books on water, along with papers, columns, and so basically water expert. Thank you very much, David.
Right, I'm going to take a couple of steps back to say what has happened in the past and other ways of addressing some of the chronic problems affecting the sector in England and Wales. Just a second. First of all,
we need to look at ecosystem health. We have, since 2021, been in a state of existential crisis because of data emerging on sewage being discharged from combined sewer overflows. Before that, the data wasn't there. In most other countries in the world, the data isn't there. It's an English and Welsh problem. In Scotland, for example, 2% sewers are monitored. In England and Wales, 100%. They actually account for 7% of Water Framework Directive failures. So for the amount of damage they cause, the publicity is quite out of line. We need to look at other measures for river water quality. For example, macroinvertebrate ecosystem health in fresh waters in England and Wales rose between 1992 and 2019, mostly in 91 to 95, and a little bit more in 2019. And across Europe, there was a general increase in species richness between 1990 and 2010, which again has tailed off since. Why is this? Well, Europe is unique in benefiting from the Wastewater Framework Directive, which has transformed our sewage treatment capacity and capabilities across Europe and in Britain. On the other hand, we have climate change, population growth, and agricultural intensification. But everything is not quite as clear as it seems. For example, look at bathing waters in England. Under the Bathing Water Directive, 93% are excellent or good. And there's a constant pattern of improvement going back from 1990, when the government argued that bathing water was really somewhere as a receptacle for untreated sewage, into today 93% being excellent or good. Yet, under the Water Framework Directive, just 39% get good and 0% excellent. Why the difference? Well, bathing waters for the Bathing Water Directive are monitored every 5 to 7 days. You know when the monitors are going around to do their tests, which gives the water company a chance to accidentally discharge whatever they wish to into the bathing water, and you've got something like 4 to 10 tidal cycles to get rid of it. The Water Framework Directive, in contrast, looks at ecosystem health, and clearly regular discharges of sewage into bathing areas is not good for ecosystem health. The problem here is data. We have a dearth of data now because the Environment Agency was effectively emasculated in 2010, and the amount of data and regularity of its reporting has collapsed. It is now starting to recover, but it's a long road back. Regulation can work and has worked. In 1990, when the Drinking Water Inspectorate produced its first report, 98.9% of samples in England and Wales were World Health Organization compliant, which is actually quite worrying. 1.1% failing is not very good. Today it's 99.97% compliance. And in fact, the DWI has now said we want to go on from this. We want to get up to 98.8, 99.9, 999. So why? Drinking Water Inspectorate, it has a degree of operational independence from DEFRA. It's well funded and it shows. The Environment Agency is bossed around by DEFRA, and DEFRA's interests are not in the interests of the environment. Ofwat, 30 years ago, Ofwat was quite good. They really punished companies from underperformance. Yorkshire Water, when they almost had to turn the taps off in 1995, the entire board was obliged to resign, and they were fined £56 million. These days, well, they've lost their way personally. First of all, one of the main things companies perform to is their key performance indicators. Only one of them has an indirect allusion to environmental quality. Their obsession is economic metrics. And leakage, which is a problem everyone knows of, they set the target, but there's no incentive to go beyond that target. So it's just a game of gaming the system. Managing and operating infrastructure and capital spending are all put together into something they call TOTEX, total spending. That allows you to be less than transparent about actually what you're doing with your assets. So in reality, once I finally managed to get the data, I found that operating and maintenance spending in real terms has been static for the last 20 years. But the extent of the infrastructure they're having to operate and maintain is far bigger. So per unit of infrastructure, it's gone downhill. And that lies behind a lot of the problems in the sewage networks. The economic regulator, Ofwat, it is responsible for setting out the costs and elements, but there are no engineers there, there are no environmental scientists there, they're all just economists. If they want to do something, they bring in a nice little set of environmental consultants, engineering consultants who produce a nice expensive report, which isn't worth the paper it's written on, but it's good enough for them. The fetish about the regulatory asset base model and the returns you get on your assets, what it simply means is the more assets you knock out, the more return you get. So it's an incentive to spend without actually thinking what money is best spent on. So the other thing is they have this thing now, let's have lots of nice big fines. Last week it was Thames. Actually, the fine was made out in August last year, £104 million. Wouldn't it be better if they didn't have to pay the fines in the first place because they were complying? This sort of, go to head teacher and have your bottom spanked. It's adolescent. Now, how can we, that's the bad news. By their very nature, water utilities are conservative. Oh, I've lost my signal on my mobile, power cut, the internet's down. It's a nuisance, but you're used to it. Water cuts are unacceptable and intolerable. They cannot be seen to do wrong. And that means that real innovation in the water sector is the exception, not the rule. The last two, anaerobic digestion for sewage treatment, 1918, and about 1980 for the membrane bioreactor, which is a more efficient way of treating both salt water and sewage water. So we need positive disruption to shake the sector up to deliver better outcomes at a lower cost. And one that attracts me most is the concept of smart water. Things like a smart meter, when it's installed, drives household consumption compared with an unmetered household down by 15 to 18%. Because you start to own the data about your water consumption. It gives you a way of engaging with the utility. Now, these sort of things, metering, monitoring, etc., have an incremental effect. Put together, they become disruptive. Ofwat used to be very anti-innovation. It didn't like companies to talk to each other. It just wanted them to tick boxes. Fortunately, that is starting to change now. They put these fines, water fines in, to create a £600 million innovation fund, which is running until 2030. And one of the chief things about the innovation fund is making water companies share innovations and work together under common platforms. So, smart water. It reconnects the utilities to their customers. It connects the customers to the utilities. It also allows anomalous behavior to be used, for example, leaky loos and burst pipes within the household. From here, you migrate outwards. Any aspect of the water and wastewater treatment network can be monitored in real time. But clearly, there's going to be a huge challenge here, which is big data. I'm a big fan of catchment-based approaches. That means we should look at the catchment as the basic unit of management and community involvement. There are 105 catchments in England, for example, and 9 water authorities, which became the 9 water PLCs. I think the water PLCs area is an excellent one for putting the catchments within that region together, so that they can share information and so on. It provides a platform for citizen-based science and a platform for democratic participation. It's also, by a huge degree, the best way to address current and future challenges by bringing nature-based solutions and sustainable urban directive into the mix. Smart Catchment is taking this on, is creating a digital twin of each catchment, monitored in real time by a series of digital overlays. All assets under scrutiny, how they perform, where they need to go, monitoring leaks in real time, game playing flood and resilience, drought resilience. Classic example of this, a couple of years ago when we had some floods, one town got flooded, the Environment Agency said, oh, no, it's fine, our equipment worked. It was good, it performed to expectation. Unfortunately, no one told the flood, no one told the rain. You have to think outside staid, cliched thinking, and every catchment is unique. Every catchment needs a unique response. And the further upstream you go, the more impact you have. Now here's a big one. Cheap food, costly water. We are a monopoly of supermarkets driven by food processors. They force farmers to cut their costs, to cut corners, or to intensify their agriculture. This carries environmental costs and financial costs downstream. 41% of those Water Framework Directives failures were due to agriculture. So effectively, you are paying the food industry and the supermarkets for their bad practice. It's a very odd set of things. It's also the fact that intensive agriculture is weakly regulated. There's a conflict of interest between the Environment Agency and DEFRA. DEFRA, of course, supports intensive agriculture. And there's no doubt that slurry and sewage loading on farmlands is an unsustainable way. Regenerative farming is a way forward. What I mean by that is by increasing the organic matter in soil. It's been estimated that if you regenerated half of Oxfordshire's water farming area, so a 9% increase in terms of organic matter, that would have the same storage capacity as the proposed Abingdon Reservoir. So there are ways of rethinking. And finally, we've got now health warnings on supermarket food. What about environmental warnings? You could have maybe 3 dead salmon, 2 dead salmon, 1 dead salmon, red, right, whatever. Of course, what is really interesting is that supermarkets flatly refuse to engage with any aspect of this whatsoever. The only possible exception being Waitrose is now supporting regenerative farming, which they could use as a marker. Okay, so finally, I think it's the ownership of the imagination, which is the chief area of concern. Not getting fined saves lots of money. We need to be more sensible about our regulation and our financial regulation. So personally, I would like to see strict limits on dividends and a drive to get balance sheets cleaned out and made financially secure, financially stable. The better your debt rating, the lower the cost of your debt. And the other side of the thing, demand management is crucial to being able to meet our water shortages. Catchment basin management is really the framework we should be looking at. The water sector is this last chance saloon. We've gone until 2030 to sort it out, and it better get working.
Yeah, David, could you talk a wee bit? I feel like I'm turning around. Catchment-based approaches. So I'm thinking about our current context. So we've got a lovely ideal context that we have regional bodies. We've heard lots about that sort of democratic involvement in. But I think we've seen catchment groups that have been poorly funded, not necessarily have the skill sets to do it, and where we've seen partnerships run under water company footprints. Those are usually run by more of the that struggle to involve a democratic voice. So have you got an example, David, where a catchment-based approach has really worked? And how would you design one from start? Because that is absolutely going to come in the Cunliffe review. So let's see if we can bottom out what would be the best way.
Well, there are elements. There aren't really any proper catchment-based schemes at the moment. There are a few pilot plots, but for example, the West Sussex Rivers Trust, they have 200 volunteers, and each of those volunteers more or less has adopted a stretch of a river within their catchment basin, and they have a set of commonly agreed citizen science tests for water quality, which are done monthly, and then each river in the catchment basin has an annual river health card written up. The Environment Agency visits one of those rivers once a year at the most. So it's quite a difference.
Can I just ask a follow-up question on that? Because we've got a lot of experience of catchment management actually from other countries. And I think it makes sense, although one of the problems of it is that catchments don't refer to people's own allegiances or sense of belonging or something. So you have to have a kind of nested system. But in South Africa, for example, catchment management failed because the catchment management got captured by the larger upstream farmers and agribusinesses. So that's just a comment. But my question was, when you're talking about a smart catchment approach, isn't making something digitized becoming more remote from people themselves and more abstracted, rather than, increasing the sense of belonging and engagement?
It only works if you have full access to that information. Yes, if it was just something which was an exclusive preserve of somebody, it would be a layer between the public and the catchment. However, as we're seeing with smart water at the household level, if you do these things the right way, they can become a gateway for people to know what's going on. And you'd have a single platform which would be able to tell you about how the rivers are performing in real time and how the assets are performing and so on and so forth. And if you see that sewage treatment work is doing badly, people will make a stink about it.
Drinking water regulation, why does that work? And regulation failed and everything else. Yes, it's got more resources, but why? What is there anything we can learn that would?
Bathing water. Well, again,
drinking water.
No, drinking water.
Yeah. Why does that work and not other regulations?
Because, as I say, first of all, it's independent, the Drinking Water Inspectorate, so there's no conflicts of interest with DEFRA. Secondly,
it's independent, but it's not. How is it independent then?
There's no regulatory interference with it, and it has its own remit, which is utterly simple, which is compliance with World Health Organization standards. And in fact, Lancet, according to Lancet, England and Wales is the best medium to large country in the world.
So is it because it's an easier target, good drinking water, whereas the environment is much more complicated? Economic regulation, that's sorts of different.
There's no doubt that's also involved.
Yeah.
And also, what is it? 36% of Water Framework Directive failures are due to water utilities, whereas the water utilities are 100% responsible for public supplies. So there's no outside interference. It's a simple relationship. And actually, there was one thing which I came across, it's quite an interesting one about the whole affordability one and drinking water quality. Singapore, they drink 1,500 litres of water per person per year. And this is a perverse side because Singapore actually has some of the world's best water, but because it's been so cheap comparatively, and Singapore is comparatively prosperous, people don't trust it. It's a really, we've got this appalling conundrum in the sense that you can't have water that's too cheap, you can't have water that's too expensive, and just trying to find out where that medium is terrifically difficult. And that point about people conflating sewage with drinking water, and that's terrifying.
I just say I lived in Hong Kong and people, I'm sure the water was fine out of the tap. I lived in Singapore as well, actually. In both places, I drank bottled water, big water cooler type thing had in the home. But I think the perception is because the water in the region, so maybe if you went to, I'll just pick any country at random, Indonesia or India or something, but in the region there are problems with the drinking water. Maybe it's the proximity to other countries that give them that perception, or maybe it's a more modern thing that their drinking water has become better in a relatively short space of time, whereas we in this country, we may have had good quality drinking water for, I don't know, 50 years compared to 10 years or something like that. That might be, rather than the price of the water, I think.
Cultural.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks very much, David. That was really great. And I wanted to pick up on the agricultural runoff issue. So you said that 41% of Water Framework Directive failures come from agricultural pollution. And I'm just curious what you think the solution might be, because you're also talking about the sort of troubled relationship that DEFRA has with all sorts of groups. But DEFRA runs the, instead of the common agricultural policy subsidies, we've now got environmental land management payments. And I don't know if anyone watches Clarkson's Farm. There's a new season, and I'm a bigger fan of him on this than I was on Top Gun. And he's talking about all the new duties and changes that farmers have to do. But would changing runoff practices or protecting water be something that we could do through ELMS? Or if not, like, what other solutions do you think there might be to stop agriculture?
Huge. So, for example, take the River Wye. The American food giant Cargill has decided to use the River Wye, the Wye Valley, for chickens. 29 million chickens now on the River Wye by Cargill-supported farms. The thing is, if you have less than 50,000 chickens, just one less than 50,000, in a shed, you don't need to have it regulated. It doesn't need a permit. You can have 20 sheds in a field, 1 million chickens in a field. Where does all that go? So, first of all, the regulation is not fit for purpose. Secondly,
that's DEFRA, is it?
That's DEFRA, and then the Environment Agency abandoned farm visits for some years. It's now starting to visit. Now, on average, I think the farm gets visited once every 70 to 100 years, which is pretty intense. So everyone, as you can imagine, is living in fear of them. When they go to unpermitted farms, the compliance rate is 51%.
Where's that unpermitted?
You haven't got a permit to operate.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
Permitted farms have a compliance rate of 98%. So, first of all, you need to make the notion of compliance the norm. Secondly, you've got to have regularity of farm. The farm visits, the crucial thing about them, for example, is sludge management and things like this, slurry management, application of slurry to land. So even in the Wye, which is an extreme case, 74% of water framework directives are from agriculture. 1/6 of that is from that 29 million chickens. 5/6 of that is slurry runoff.
1/6 chickens?
Yes.
And then
5/6 is slurry runoff.
And that comes from?
It's when you've either poorly managed silage, sewage and everything like this, or where you've been spraying it on the field and rain comes down and the nutrients are swept downhill.
Sorry, can I just have a point of clarification? I thought since we Brexited, we weren't required to comply with the water framework directive.
We still do, up to 2027. It's like the bathing water directive, we still do it.
Okay.
It's all in national law.
Yeah. The embarrassing thing is there's this thing called the European Environment Agency, which puts all these things together. So countries really in the middle of the heart of Europe, like Norway and Turkey and Albania, provide data. We don't. It's a national embarrassment. It's a fetish about trying to walk away from anything that works. But no, to date, European environmental legislation has all stayed in place. I think partly because they realise it's popular. I remember a certain party, I wouldn't use its name, an MEP campaigned against revising the Water Framework Directive, saying we don't need all this clean bathing water.
And on top of that, the trade and cooperation agreement between the UK and the EU says that we can't regress on our environmental standards or our labour standards, and a number of other things. Except the problem that we've got is that there's just no enforcement mechanism. So we've got them on paper, but DEFRA and the government just haven't been enforcing the rules that we have.
Anything else?
Then I just have one more question, which is a more general one. Like, you know, the water metering, and you're saying that reduces usage. But once we all reduce usage, then under the current system, the water companies are going to have to increase the unit costs, presumably, to make.
It's a very good question. Now, one of the things is the marginal cost of getting new assets to make up water shortages. It may well be that sometimes the saving of not having to build new assets will outweigh the lower revenues. Yes.
But isn't it the case that what agrees is 104 billion or whatever is an expenditure limit? It's not a price limit. So we consume less water, the unit price goes up. We pay whatever.
But we
up
conserve
to
more.
this
Well, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So it's not prices.
There's a revenue correction mechanism. If you collect less 1 year because meter customers use less, they are allowed to then charge more the next year. So you're correct. But meters do put people in control and of the water use, which.
Well, that's what we heard in our event too, was about how do we help the public know what they are using in order you can be a water conscious society.
But the argument isn't to save money.
I think we might be getting into the debate now. We should move into the
Can we just quickly thank David? Thank you so much, David.
Before we move into the round, just quickly, what did you learn? This is Friday, isn't it? What did you learn? You're at saturation.
I think we learned a lot because all that data they did was excellent. I was just wondering if that's available because I tend to write things out.
Oh, all the slides will be up on the website tonight.
Also, I wrote a briefing last year, looking at all the background elements on water quality and everything. So anyone who would like to get a copy of that briefing, I'll give you my email and
you can put that on the website.
So we've got also on, as well as the slides from each session and a briefing note for each session, we've got other resources on the website.
So yeah, if you go to
including these
background
papers.
So if you go onto the website, you look for resources, you look for event 4, and you'll see all the briefing papers are provided by the speakers, plus the slides, plus the live stream.
Brilliant.
Plus what we think we've learned, plus their info. You've got it all there. It's like an encyclopedia of extra evidence.
Can I ask David a quick question?
We're going to move into circle. We can do it as part. So what I'd like to do is, could you stand up, and then can we create a circle of chairs, which is just about the right size as us? Push other chairs out of the way. Get us into a circle. So we do it like, just try and make a circle. Perfect. Move some out of the way. How many of us are there? We're going to go further back. These out of the way. You're really good at this. Quick, we're there. Is that about right? Quick, I'm sure your deep listening is nice. It's on your website. Okay. Well, I can't hold these. No, okay. Was it last 2020? Okay.
I love the term. I know she sounds like some submarine or something.
They get research back, professional research agencies. They tend to they have a working title of it, and then often it sticks, then you've got colleagues, and you start
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
because, yeah.
Ding ding, get paid. We've had it could be almost information overload for some, but it's quite hard picking up and hanging on to the bits that really, really matter to you. And you came in here because you wanted to and were concerned. Oh, Ali, would you mind turning the live stream around so that it can see us? You wanted to know more about, contribute to. We've spent a lot of time asking questions. This is less time for asking questions and more for us to take issues that you think you would like to be put in front of our national leaders as a result of what you've heard today. You could, well, might be Mike, he's sat here as a national leader, but it can be to the Cunliffe review, it can be to MPs, but our report we'll be writing up in the next couple of weeks. What struck you that you really wanted to focus on that you've heard about today? What do you think the solutions are for our broken water system?
How can we be more like Scottish water?
Should we just take one thing at a time and just explain it? So when we're talking about Scottish water, what do we think about that, folks?
I don't like Scottish water. My parents are here, seriously, not speaking as a CCW person, but speaking what my parents say. Their water bill's £1,000. Pensioners. If they switch to a meter, they can save money if they were in England and Wales, but they can't switch to a meter because there's no meters in Scotland. Because politically that's unacceptable, but I don't understand why it's okay for, and my dad has bowel cancer, so he does a lot of using the toilet. It's actually, so I just think we need to be careful. Leakage is higher in Scotland than it is in England. We heard that CSOs aren't monitored in the same way. Watch it all kick off in Scotland like it has in England. I'm just saying, be careful what we wish for, right? Because I think you can present data in a way that presents Scotland in a very positive light. And I need to check this, but I don't think Scotland also pay off the capital against their loans. They just pay interest, which artificially deflates their bill as well. So the bill levels, I think, are actually lower than they should be. But I need to verify that, but that's something to look out for. Because again, that's not the true price of water. If they don't ever have to pay Scotland back for the money they borrowed, they just pay the interest. That's not great.
It's true that, sorry, Phil. It's true that Scottish bills are about 10% lower than English bills on average. On average, and we've heard at these events that Scotland is not the best model of a publicly owned water system. If you had to choose between England and Scotland, I mean, you probably want to choose Scotland for the purposes of protecting the environment and bills, although they're not responsive in doing things like that, like water meters, because it's a sort of top-down model of nationalisation where the Scottish ministers appoint everyone on the board. Consumer groups, workers aren't involved, as they would be in France, Berlin, and so on.
Just on the specifics that you raised, Mike, I mean, Scottish Water certainly does pay the interest on all the loans. In fact, the Scottish government borrows the money from the UK Treasury, and they then on-lend it to Scottish Water, adding 2% as they go. So actually, the Scottish government makes a profit on. I mean, so they are paying something extra. In terms of repayments, I don't know, but even if that's the case, if there was no debt repayment, which I'm not sure is true, it would be no different from England. No. In England, Ofwat's assumptions very explicitly are that every debt that is paid off by an English water company is immediately replaced with a new debt, and on top of that, there will be additional borrowing. So I think that. And can I just ask back to you, because I mean, if you can just follow this, because I think it's quite interesting. I was going to ask you about as I understand it from the Scottish Water presentations, their social tariff equivalent happens because the payments are actually made through local authority bills, and the customers get discounts on their bills. I think they give a figure of something like 56% of all customers get reduce bills, as it were, or in some way, because of that framework used. And in fact, I was going to ask you as a separate question whether you thought that might be
If you get a
better
council tax
system.
rebate, because you pay through your council tax for your water, so you don't get a separate water bill. It's there, you know, like fire brigade, police, water, it's all listed like that. So, it was only when it hit £1,000 per parents first you started noticing it, you know, going, this is outrageous. But if you get council tax, if you get a benefit, if you get money for council tax, you'll then automatically get passported through. But there's no reason why you couldn't do that with the social tariff in England and Wales. That it's passported through. That would be our preference. But you've got to be careful because some people who are in more poverty may not have any benefits. So it's not a panacea.
What was your name? Sorry? Pam Phillips. Pam, thank you, Pam. Thanks, Pam, for bringing that in, because I think we tend to see the situation, which is, if it's not this, it's Welsh or it's Scottish or it's, God forbid, we might think it's French. But actually, I think what we've been discussing in the People's Commission is just something different, which is how do you democratise water, which is a different conversation rather than a lift and drop, which is how might we move from a system of a feudal, almost, probably the least democratic approach to anything in the Western world happening here, to something where we have a real voice, where we might have real democratic ownership and accountability. I think that's different. So I think we would be wanting to pull out the principles that we've heard from other countries that have done it and say, actually, there's a different model here. Some people might call it the third way, the fourth way. It's just a different model here, which is what's next? What's the next model rather than what's a past model we replicate? I think that's where we're going.
I think we're talking about the democratisation of the model. I don't think that's really the main question. It is important, but the really important question is what model creates the best wastewater management system, whether or not it's publicly owned or privately owned. Because what we're probably all talking about here is sewage and wastewater and pollution, not drinking water. That's a given. It's pretty acceptable.
And just so everyone knows your name.
Ron Bright.
And Ron, did you have a view about what that might be from what you've heard?
Well, what I'd like to know, with all the data and all the models, is actually which is the best model that delivers the cleanest wastewater management. Because whatever model that is, it works because the data is there. But I've only come to this meeting, I haven't come to the others. But what I'd like to know is out of all the models, which one delivers the best wastewater management, because that's really what people are worried about smoothing the rivers.
And I think there's a wastewater now and there's a wastewater for the future. What we've
Yes.
heard previously is all the things
now,
that are not measured
yes,
that might be
whatever,
causing big
whoever delivers the best wastewater now, that could be used at least as a starter model for the future.
Any views on that, folks?
I'll be tied in for the next, about 35 years or something. But we've got
25 years, Stanley said we had to put on notice.
Yeah.
Stanley, are we tied to that?
No.
Do you want to explain why?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where this 25 years comes from.
You said Ofwat had to give 25 years notice to remove licences.
Condition over the licences that water companies have.
But it's been going on forever. And if they've got no intention of actually applying that, then it's kind of an irrelevance.
If they breach the terms of their licence, shouldn't they use their licence? That's what I struggle with, and surely they have breached it.
Yeah, and they're going to say we've, you know, it's your fault. We did everything you told us to do, so don't blame us.
Ofwat can change licenses.
There's a lot of finger pointing basically going on, which makes it really complicated. Like the National Audit Office said, it's actually not the water company's problem. It's the fact that DEFRA didn't encourage water companies to invest enough in wastewater infrastructure, which is a really unhelpful conclusion. Yeah, DEFRA are a strange lot, aren't they?
They are. I mean, the cliche with what happened is back in about 2000, a certain politician wanted to get on the cabinet, that certain politician at the time was the head of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, and said, sorry, math is too small. He said, I've got an idea. Why don't we combine with the Environment Agency? It would be big enough and I can have a seat in cabinet. Okay. Problem is, math is the worst part of the civil service. The Environment Agency is the best. So the best has been taken over by the worst and the rest is history.
So back to task in hand, which is what do you think would be really helpful for us to say? What have you heard that you think is really useful? What questions have you got?
So I was very struck by the fact that where the public has been involved, often the costs go down. So I like the idea of the shadow commission. Yeah. So how do you make that happen? So, I'm thinking of Oxford, where I think the budget for upgrading the sewage treatment work is now through 435 million. So that's
escalated dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair chunk of a nuclear power station. And if you go and have a look at the outflow, the output of that 435 million is more outflow, not cleaner water. And I think if we, the public, were more involved, then I think we could help determine a better outcome. At the moment, the whole AMP thing is it's a mystery to me. I don't understand how, so I'm very struck by that. And I think that's something that we could make happen. I'm also very struck by, in all of this, nobody mentioned, but I think somebody mentioned consultants once, but the consultants are the people who have caused or helped enable these companies to get us into the position we're in. So I think we should be asking the water companies and be told by the water companies who these consultants are that they are using. And, I know that somebody quoted Thames Water being paid 15 million, I think, a month to get advice on how to get around regulation. So I think the consultants are somebody that nobody's gone after, but we as the public should have better insight as to who these people are.
I agree, because they're paying with no money for financial consultants to improve their financial situation. Nobody's hiring consultants to make their wastewater management better.
Well, they are, but they will come out with the same answer. So I guarantee McKinsey or Bain or someone is in there coming up with ridiculous presentations at the cost of, whilst we've got 3 million households unable to afford water. And I think, we need to know who these people are, because they are.
It's a very hard statistic we've heard, isn't it, about the number of people in water poverty and what the cost of that is versus the cost of 14.6 million for Thames Water to do its marketing. It feels really, really difficult when you put those together.
I'm afraid I'm very angry, about the whole thing, but I guess that's the point. But what do you do with your anger? You have to go and you have to find who's responsible for this. And for too long, the consultants have got away.
So there's a couple of things here, Dave, which is that we've got what do we want in the future, but there's also some sort of restitution and reckoning about what's happened in the past. So we've persistently been talking, haven't we, in the Commission about what would the future look like, but the public might not be happy with that without some reckoning.
Yes.
And is the reckoning, what you were saying about the haircut that the investors would have to take in special administration, is that a big enough reckoning? If we're saying that you go in special administration, once you're in special administration, the Public Value Commission says the company's worth zero, we will pay nothing for it, it will be no debt. You have to walk away and take your debt with you. Would that be enough for the public?
I don't think that the public, well certainly I, would not accept Thames going to special administration, being tarted up, dusted off and then sent back to privatisation. And it's rinse and repeat, whereby all of us are kept in the same role of consumers. And it's funny, the Consumer Council for Water, we're more than consumers. We're citizens, we're residents, we're swimmers, we're drinkers, we're water users, we would like, as Dave pointed out, and as pointed out by David Hall, to have a say in how the thing is run, in how some of these projects are managed, because goodness knows there's an enormous amount of talent out there waiting to give its view. we've got enormous projects coming up that Thames Water seems to be cooking up behind closed doors and then announces that this is what's going to be done to you. The public have had absolutely no participation, no say. So we're very much kept out of this process in the role of consumer. But I think the sense I get from all of this today is that people are sick of being mere consumers. We want to be active participants in this process. And so I don't think it's enough to say that we're just happy to stay as consumers going forward.
What we've heard in the conversation so far has been a water conscious society is at the heart of every country that's being successful strategy. That's what you're saying. A water conscious society where we all take responsibility for conserving and for protecting water. Every single member of the democratic state, citizens, policymakers, providers, everybody really signs up to that and sees it as a crisis together. That feels to me.
I think a lot of people, though, a lot of members will remember before Maggie Thatcher privatised the water industry, it was in public ownership. That wasn't very good. Remember, it wasn't any good, that's why they privatised it. So now we've got a privatised system, and that's no good either. So, you know, I think that although we need the public involvement, we need to act differently compared with the passive role that the public had when it was so-called publicly owned.
Public involvement in water is, sadly, actually, is all very much the exception world round. I'll give you two interesting examples which might show a way forward. First of all, there's Denmark. They actually charge 2 to 3 times as much for water as we do, but it's state control. And it's a deliberate thing to encourage minimal water use. They've driven water down from 175 litres per person a day to 100 over 20 years. One of the outshots of that is every now and then you'll get the mayor of Copenhagen going to a sewage outfall, taking a glass. So that's the standard they operate.
Can you imagine? We've all just gone through. We can't imagine it.
But that is a sense that, so that there you've got a consensus for exceedingly expensive water. But then, of course, Denmark is a very different country socially to ours. The other one would be Singapore. I think Singapore is interesting because ever since it was thrown out of the Malaysian Union, water has been existential because they're so heavily dependent on water from Malaysia. So it's one of those countries in the world where water is taken seriously by politicians. My engagement with politicians, I'm afraid, has been desperately depressing. Quite often I have to, you have to treat them when it comes to water like intelligent, affable 8-year-olds, if you're lucky. But democratic participation actually is very rare. And there's an irony here because we haven't had any new reservoirs for 30 years. And why is that? Planning process. Various people have been for years, companies have for decades been trying to get reservoirs built, but they've been blocked up by the planning process. So that's a sort of democratic unaccountability almost, isn't it? The NIMBY lobby has put us into a heck of a lot of problems.
I have slightly different data on Denmark versus the UK. I don't know if you can see this. This is bathing water quality on this axis, price on this axis. And the UK and Denmark are almost the same in terms of price. Denmark's got about 93% of its bathing water is rated as excellent, whereas we're sort of down with Albania and Estonia on about 65. But so what I really wanted to say about public participation, that you're right that quite a lot of countries don't have very sophisticated models of public participation, but the ones that have reformed recently do. And so Berlin and Paris are my favourite examples. They have workers and service users represented on the board. And that's led me to think, because we mentioned a few times about shadow water authorities and how that looked. So I looked up, if you were thinking about how to construct a shadow water authority for Thames Water, the Thames Water Basin, you've got Greater London Authority, and you've got about 40 different local authorities out, not including the London boroughs. And so that's probably quite a lot of representatives that you might sort of go to. And then you've got the trade unions. There's three for Thames Water. There's G&D, there's USAM, and there's Unite, representing different groups of workers. And I suppose I'm interested to ask people here, what do you think about who else you might involve, or if you didn't want like 40 different local authorities plus the Greater London Assembly, how you might involve the public, or what representative groups you might want to go to. Because in some sense this is a sort of representative group of the public, but
it's not, it's really not.
How might
we could have all white people. Seriously, it's not representative in any way.
Well, we are in Henley-on Thames. I mean,
okay. You know, in a very small bubble then.
So why is it not? Tell us what it should be, if you're judging that.
I mean, and to stick with the question.
Why is it not? You made a judgment, so why is it not?
Okay, so
why is it
okay, you here are under 20 years old. Why? Okay, but that's not representative then.
So how do we
answering that question. No, so I'm not trying to.
So how do we introduce those people? So I'm wanting to look solutions. You made a judgment, so let's open the solution box.
Yeah, you're very happy to go. We've just published some research actually only last week on how to involve people in water. And we've got to be careful that we don't decide that everyone wants to get involved in every decision, okay? Yeah. But some people will want to dive into detail and they'll want to be involved in a different way. Some people say, I don't want to be involved, but I want to know that someone is doing it on my behalf. So basically someone like us or someone like a different structure, you know, open mind, all that stuff. So there isn't a single answer to how people want to be involved. Some people go, I want to be involved at a very superficial level. Other people want the detail, other people want to be left alone. So there's a whole spectrum of how people want to be involved. And I think we just have to be aware of that. And we are currently got a big tender out with a research agency to set up consumer panels at every single water company, which will be 50 people for each company, roughly, as representative as you can be within the context of 50, because clearly it won't be fully represented. And they will be independent of the company and they will give a raw view. So they're not experts because then they wouldn't be representative. As soon as you start going, well, some experts in water quality, that's not representative anymore because you've gone down a route of choosing experts. So we are looking to establish these consumer panels to start at the end of the year. And they will tell us what they think, a raw view of the company. And under the Water Special Measures Act, water companies now have an obligation to listen to the views of consumers on material issues. And these panels are one way, listening to these panels are one way water companies will show that they are fulfilling that obligation. And if they don't, regulatory action can be taken. Now, that's never happened before.
Obligation to this. What questions do you ask?
1 second, just backing up a little bit on how we got to where we are now, which was saying that this is it isn't representative. We put it out. It's who can come during the day. It was not ever intended to be. It wasn't intended to be. But neither should we think that things like panels are about representation. There's ways when we talk about citizen participation different from consumer participation. There's sort of voice, choice, and co-production. There's what do we as the public want voice over, and it might be over the strategy. How do we design the future water? Or it might be over what priorities would you spend in Henley? Where would we put our money if we had the money for Henley?
I would love a clean river.
Exactly.
Period.
So there's ways that we think we should have a voice about the priorities, the direction. There's ways that we should be held, the companies or any water should be held to account. And there's ways that we might contribute as citizens to reducing our own water usage. There's masses of ways we can participate. And I get very fearful when we conflate it into one thing. And I think that's my worry about having a consumer panel which potentially reinforces water companies' views about the ill-informed public and their passive requirements of a company where they don't have a real stake. It changes the dynamic. And what we've been talking about here
is a range of dynamics, whereas we absolutely own the future of our water, where we take full responsibility for people in water poverty, where we make decisions that are difficult together, whether that's through assemblies or whether it's through being on the boards or whatever. I think what Ewan was asking was if we were going to think about Thames Water in terms of making full decisions as members of the public, as citizens, involved in the shadow decision making of that, what would that look like? But that's one way. Mike's got another way. There's another way around how we might have, I guess, sort of jury decisions on some of those really difficult challenges. So there's multiple ways we think the public should be and can be owned in a model which is publicly owned. That's what we think we're after, not one simple, straightforward, put in a citizen assembly, add a consumer. It's not as straightforward as that. I think there's more work to do so that we've got. And then we should, when we're thinking about how do we do that, we have to go after the diverse views, the diverse communities, and the people that have very little voice in the current system, alongside those of us that are able to represent ourselves, turn up unpaid, and be here without worrying about whether our mortgage payments are going to be made. You know, we have a huge range, don't we? And how we engage that, we should always have to go where people are, and you know that. Whether it's by doing a bit of citizen science testing, because that gets people really involved, whether it's sitting in church halls, whether it's doing things in Henley Town Hall, like they try and just go where people are and work with them where they are on the issues that matter to them and bring them into the conversation. That's where you always start.
So where they're public, private companies, of course, membership of the board of the public.
I think that's where Ewan was going.
Yeah, clearly make a difference if there are more than one in a majority of.
Back to where you were, Ewan, full circle.
But I think what you
I
highlight.
was talking about representative groups, so unions and local authorities. And I suppose the difference between what we're trying to do still trying to do in the UK with more consumer panels is they're going to be appointed. They're not being elected by anyone, whereas, unlike this room, local authorities and unions are elected. And that's what happens in modern systems of public ownership, which is some form of electorate accountability for who's involved and who has voice. So back the original question was just, if not local authorities and unions, what other groups might you envisage to be on some kind of shadow water authority?
So I think maybe and forgive my ignorance if some of this is in place already, but alliances with maybe some of the powerful or relatively powerful groups that could lobby and so on as well, and also have a vested interest. The RSPB, for example, or anglers associations, or groups that are utilising the waterways for kayaking, whatever it might be. And I guess to then kind of serve two purposes. It helps spread the message, get the message out there to get more and more people, as we were talking about earlier on, being aware of how much of an issue there is in the waterways, but also by nature of the fact they're in quite big groups. If they can bring their insight, but also as a collective group, where they've got quite a lot of power that could then be utilised to help influence government, other bodies, etc. as well. So I don't know if that's happening already, but
is there a Clean Water Alliance which represents anglers?
It's sports.
Yeah, it's sports gears.
I think you always have to think what's it for, because we can always come up with structures. And you've got to think what's it for. So what's the question we're trying to answer?
I think
what's the work
bottom
we're
line
trying to
is
do?
everything needs to come back and be accountable to is this in wild waters' interests? Because that's really, without that there's nothing. So don't you need to come back to that all the time and what kind of, sorry, maybe that's too simple, but I just think it's coming back to that original statement of the purpose, and will it satisfy?
One of the things we've tried in the NHS, I think we've talked about it a few times, is that you have a board with with nominated representatives from some of the elected bodies like Health Watch, etc. But you also have a democratically elected board of the public, called a board of governors, and that's hundreds of people who hold the board to account. And they really do go after making sure we have people from a range of cultural backgrounds, a range of social deprivation, stroke wealth indicators across ages, really tries to go after a larger body of citizens who will scrutinise a board. And I think, whilst I don't think that's been phenomenally successful in the NHS because it keeps being sucked back to the centre, you'll notice, and it just keeps trying to devolve and then it sucks it back up again. But something like that means that you could really, really involve a lot of people in decision making might be another model. But the point is, structures must always follow what you're trying to do. So what is it we're trying to achieve, and then therefore what's the nature of how you might engage with people, isn't it?
I wonder if there's a step before the participation, which is the actual sort of education and consciousness, like creating these water conscious citizens, because again, it's fine, Ilkley, Henley, or people who are active. But in Bradford, where I live, they really struggle to get any public engagement with the water, partly because the rivers are underground in the city centre, and then, the city centre population, which is poor and, ethnic minority, doesn't live in the leafy suburbs where you can see the rivers being affected by the sewage. And so, this whole thing about the local river organisation trying to organise local river walks to take people out and actually see what happens, organise trips to sewage works to see what happens to your sewage. I just feel like if we just go straight in for the participation thing, we'll get people like us. And we need to, and in citizens, if you set up citizens' assemblies, the first few weeks of citizens' assemblies is like educating people in the issues, giving them the information and so on before they can actually start taking decisions.
There are many other areas that use citizens' assemblies, aren't there?
Yeah.
What
Climate,
examples?
Climate.
I wonder if there are any examples where water companies have changed their practice due to public pressure or outrage or publicity. Are there any examples?
I would say where we are.
Effective change from people power?
Yeah, so, the story for us is obviously where we come from. I come from Ilkley. We got bathing stations because we couldn't find any other way of putting pressure on. We had massive town meetings. We have the chief executive of the Environmental Agency, Yorkshire Water, walking the patch with us. We held them to account. We didn't let them walk away from it. We did it by making sure the BBC were there. It was very hard for them not to come if the media wasn't there. So we used the media as a way of bringing people to hold them to account. And then we collectively worked on a solution together. And there is a significant upgrade of the sewage works. It included lots of citizen science.
Publicity in the media.
It was publicity. It was turning up the heat through data. So knowing what's really going on around here, making sure we knew what the causes, because they always said it was agriculture, it wasn't, it was human shit.
Yeah.
And we had some DNA sampling to test it. We were getting all the universities involved, working upstream and downstream, forming partnerships and collaboration. So turning the heat up with data, turning the heat up with the media, turning the heat up with
So
accountability.
Henley has been able to do that because it's a very publicly aware.
And you do it in a way to prototype the solution. But you shouldn't have to do that absolutely everywhere. Once it's done, it's shown this is what works. This is what a good solution looks like that gets us clean water, that is properly democratically engaged, that is part of the catchment process. You have to do this. The solution is there as a way of showing. Now nobody should have to do that again. Just copy it. That is the point.
Well, ironically, actually, I think what you said and what Francis just touched on indicate the limitations of that and the advantages of democratic structures under public ownership. Because I remember when you got that victory in this fair, right? Very effective campaigning group, very articulate people, can't put under pressure, money gets put in, and someone could up saying, okay, fine, but maybe why should people in Barnsley and Rotherham and Bradford be paying for super clean rivers in Ilkley? In other words, that question of priorities and balance doesn't get properly resolved under this circumstance. We can't have effective campaigns shaming big private companies who then calculate there's a PR gain in conceding this, we'll do that.
I guess, David, that you don't do it in isolation. So by supporting all the campaigns, you know what I mean? So,
I'm not criticising campaigns. The point I'm making is there's a difference between successful campaigning against big private companies and democratic prioritisation and so And it sort of make a bit of a comment in relation to what you said about Scottish Water not allowing people to get metered, Mike, which you're right, is an option in England. And for example, it's an option that I've taken at home. Our water bill has dropped. But I'm very conscious that actually our water bill has dropped. Everybody else's water bill has gone up a bit. It's actually a cross subsidy, and it's not a very progressive cross subsidy because it's cross subsidized. It subsidizes the people who've got relatively large properties by people who've got relatively small properties, but maybe large numbers of people in the household. So I think and again, as you implied, there's an advantage in terms of social tariffs of having a system based on the council tax rebates that you yourself indicated you would welcome being a possibility in England and Wales, that it would give a universal.
Or some kind of passporting.
Some kind of, yeah.
You're automatically getting a rebate on your bill through some other metric.
Yeah, all I'm saying, these things can and should be being worked out through public debate on the different options and the different systems and different possibilities, and what collectively we feel is the right balance. And the possibilities for doing that are, in probabilistic sense, always likely to be much higher to be able to have that public debate and end up with an optimal solution, rather than if we have this solution. I mean, so you're asking what's the best way of dealing with these problems?
Out of time.
Oh, I am out of time, okay. I'll say, one thing we know after 35 years of trying is that this isn't the way to solve it.
So just as we close, we know more of the same isn't going to work. We know replicating something past isn't going to work. We're beginning to think about what the future might look like. Just as we leave, just anybody want to just say for themselves their takeaway from today?
Get more involved. Well, the unsaid thing that has been a theme throughout today, but no one said the word, including me, is the culture within the company needs to massively change. To be, the pendulum needs to swing towards the consumer and customers, away from pleasing investors, and that imbalance is all wrong. And if you think about what everyone has said today, we've said that in our own special way, but I actually say the word that it's actually the culture is rotten.
So like getting a service mentality.
A customer focused culture rather than chasing the incentives and the money or whatever. So.
Thanks, Mike. So just in a word or two, anything you want to say about what you're taking away?
I now know where to write to complain about why my sewage bill keeps going up.
Excellent.
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't know you existed, your organisation, and that as a taxpayer, this is the service we pay for, so thank you.
Who reads their water bill?
I read my water
No, not more debate. Takeaways. Before we go, takeaways. Anything you want to take away from today?
Well, my takeaway is I have no solutions, but it's opened my mind because I always thought it was a privatisation versus public ownership debate. And you've made me think, or the session today has made me think it's a wider issue than that. Yeah.
And a bigger, more complicated issue.
Yes.
Sorry. Anything else? I think we have to say a massive thank you to Henley for having us here today. Thank you ever so much, Henley Mermaids, for being really appreciate it. Thank you, Mike, for coming. Thank you, David. Thank you, Stanley. Thank you, David. Louise, thank you so much for coming and being just really opening our eyes today. And you'll be getting, if you've signed up, please make sure your email is on here so that we can contact you later tonight, tomorrow morning, with where to find all the resources. And what next? And we present our results on the 7th of July in the House of Parliament. We look forward to you having a good time.
Thank you.
Stay
Safe journeys all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That was really interesting.
Around
and
Really
we have to bring, yeah.
Could I do a quick clarification on the water quality definition agreed with 6 water companies? 6 water companies said they would achieve ending water quality by 2020. Do you worry with everything that's going on financially at the moment, things like tapping water, making it worse for people in poverty that they won't achieve those targets because of that going on?
Thanks ever so much.